the status, 3?
I'm good, just making the world a better place, that's all.
Yeah, this thing never starts at the beginning. Hold on.
Between earth and God, I'm a byproduct. I come from a family.
Get on your foot, y'all.
Between earth and God, I'm a byproduct. I come from a family of hustlers. That byproduct, money is the root of all evil. But I'm still trying to find a large profit. It's a mirage, they live in a facade. I was smoking thigh and had a talk with God. She told me why she named me John. I art the scriptures to shed light on the darker picture. If you my dog, I'm barking with you. You feeling the star wisdom. My homie Chuck told me it was giants on earth before me. And chemtrails, we inhale. That's another story. Mercury is used to check temperature. The sun is the spirit sinking. The moon is the portal. Assuming you important. Set your turn. Mars is wars as the M turn. And change words. I'm in the game, but change service. About to disassemble a bomb. I ain't nervous.
Drake, Dragon, Draco, Draconian, Land of the Giants, Ice Wall, Patagonian, Lexicon, word wizardry, speaking Babylonian, highways of the vortex, shooting out the fallopian, low vibrating light, king of the material, mark of the beast, nanotech, scanning serial, the mental dead, carried by 6 to your burial, the lights is out. No resurrection, broken power grid, no interconnection. The Grim Reaper, I'm still collecting. 6-shot, hollow tip, rubber grip, Smith & Wesson. Bitch, repent when God is in your presence. Your aura is weak, uproot your essence. I walk through darkness, highly illuminated. Eyes blazing with fire, with blades double serrated. Hunting down clowns I double hated. Hit so hard your jaw is elongated. Shatter egos like they was glass plated. This was long overdue, past dated. One shot deal, it is as is and no recreation. All praise is due to my parents for making. Always appreciate and never abated. One.
The A is the M, like the A is the E. Where earlier I said, hey, you know how somebody say, hey. It's AI.
There's a devil and an angel.
The school system calls children kids as baby sheep. You better wake the fuck up or forever sleep. You don't.
What's good, everybody? I'll give it another couple minutes before I start or be Gizzle. Think I'll play this. No, that's not it. Is this it? Gotta start labeling these songs. Which one is this? Come on, man.
There's some sins that you commit that you can't come back from, no matter how hard you try. You just can't, it's like the devil is waiting for your body to quit because he knows in that he already owns your soul. And then I think maybe you know there's no devil. You die, and God, he says, nah, you can't come in. You have to leave now. You have to leave and go away, and you have to be alone. If I ever no leave, right?
Check it, listen. You're a real step up, and I'm a landmine. Leave your legs dangling, call it hang time. Shout out to all the soldiers who bang signs. Back in the day, I used to slang dimes. This is for the streets, hustling, pushing grams, and flipping bundles. Fuck the government borders, I'm digging tunnels. Delivering the package, cause I'm the real muscle. Wear a ski mask, sports emblems above my brim. Nothing but camo, I'll stomp you out in my Timbs. Take it a step further and start chopping limbs. One day I make it out of hell, something's gotta give. People ask how come the chaos doesn't break me. Because I'm solid, deeply rooted like sequoia trees. The top G, Chuck the God with the iron rod, making devils flee. Staying righteous is something that I can't guarantee. I appear out of nowhere and disappear in the split smoke. No one is safe, not even the Catholic Pope. You would own nothing to be happy, that must be a joke. Cause no one is laughing, the war will be invoked. You will be gasping for air like an asthmatic choke. Begging for life, live slump, looking like an addict on dope. Fucking rappers, fucking bombs. Peace of the gods. And I'm out, salute.
All right. So we'll begin with Chapter 2, Part 4, Restitution of the Ego Self-Axis. There is a typical clinical picture. Oh yeah, that's right. Before I begin, there is one picture. Let me upload that joint. You know what I mean? Alright. Do this. And alright. Let's try it again now. Chapter 2, Part 4. Restitution of the Ego Self-Axis. There is a typical clinical picture seen very commonly in psychotherapeutic practice, which might be called an alienation neurosis. An individual with such a neurosis is very dubious about his right to exist. He has a profound sense of unworthiness with all the symptoms that we commonly refer to as an inferiority complex. He assumes unconsciously and automatically that whatever comes out of himself, his innermost desires, needs, and interests, must be wrong or somehow unacceptable. With this attitude, psychic energy is dammed up and must emerge and convert unconscious or destructive ways such as psychosomatic symptoms, attacks of anxiety or primitive affect, depression, suicidal impulses, alcoholism, etc. Fundamentally, such a patient is facing the problem of whether or not he is justified before the geodizzle, God. We have here the psychological basis of the theological question of justification. Are we justified by faith or by works? Which puts into a nutshell the difference between the introverted and extroverted viewpoints. The alienated person feels profoundly unjustified and is scarcely able to act according to his own best interest, At the same time, he is cut off from a sense of meaning. Life is emptied of psychic content. In order to break out of the alienated state, some contact between ego and self must be reestablished. If this can happen, a whole new world opens up. Here is a description of such an experience which I take from a case reported by Dr. Rollo May. The patient was a 28-year-old woman who had been an illegitimate child and had suffered severely with what I would call an alienation neurosis. She reports her experience in these words. I remember walking that day under the elevated tracks in the slum area, feeling the thought, I am an illegitimate child. I recall the sweat pouring forth in my anguish in trying to accept that fact. Then I understood what it must feel like to accept I am a Negro in the midst of privileged whites, or I am blind in the midst of people who see. Later on that night, I woke up and it came to me this way. I accept the fact that I am an illegitimate child, but I am not a child anymore. So it is, I am illegitimate. That is not so either. I was born illegitimately. Then what is left? What is left is this. I am. This act of contact and acceptance with I am, once gotten hold of, gave me what I think was for me the first time the experience. Since I am, I have the right to be. What is this experience like? It is a primary feeling. It feels like receiving the deed to my house. It is the experience of my aliveness, not caring whether it turns out to be an ion or just a wave. It is like when a very young child, I once reached the core of a peach and cracked the pit, not knowing what I would find, and then feeling the wonder of finding the inner seed, good to eat in its bitter sweetness. It is like a sailboat in the harbor being given an anchor so that, being made out of earthly things, it can be by means of its anchor get in touch again with the earth. The ground from which its wood grew. It can lift its anchor to sail, but always at times it can cast its anchor to weather the storm or rest a little. It is like going into my very own Garden of Eden, where I am beyond good and evil and all other human concepts. It is like the globe. Oh man, it is like the globe before the mountains and oceans and continents have been drawn on it. It is like a child in grammar finding the subject of the verb in a sentence. In this case, the subject being one's own lifespan. It is ceasing to feel like a theory towards oneself. May labels this the I am experience, which is certainly descriptively apt. It can also be understood as the restitution of the ego-self axis, which must have taken place in the context of a strong transference. The following dream of a young woman in therapy also illustrates the beginning repair of a damaged ego-self axis. She dreamt, I have been banished to the cold, barren wastes of Siberia, and am wandering about aimlessly. Then a group of soldiers on horseback approached. They threw me into the snow and proceeded to grape me one by one. 4 times this happened. I felt torn apart and paralyzed. with cold. Then the fifth soldier approaches. I accept the same treatment, but to my surprise, I see pity and human understanding in his eyes. Instead of graping, he gently wraps me in a blanket and carries me to a nearby cottage. Here I am placed by the fire and fed warm soup. I know this man is going to heal me. This dream occurred with the onset of transference. The patient had suffered as a child from a severe degree of rejection by both parents. Her father, in particular, neglected her completely after his divorce from her mother. This was a crushing blow to the patient's self-worth and left her alienated from the values carried by the father and ultimately a portion of the self. The dream describes vividly her feeling of alienation or banishment, and also her newly emerging experience of restoration. The ego self axis was being repaired. This happens with the dawning awareness of strong transference feelings. Such experiences are, of course, encountered regularly in psychotherapy and are usually handled more or less successfully by means of good human feeling and established theories concerning transference. However, I believe a realization that a profound nuclear process involving repair of the ego self axis is taking place gives an added dimension to the understanding of the transference phenomenon. Furthermore, one is then able to understand the therapeutic experience in the larger context of man's universal need for a relation to the transpersonal source of being. Another example of the healing effect achieved by reestablishing the connection between the ego and self is found in a remarkable dream that was brought to me. The man who had this dream had endured severe emotional deprivation in childhood. Wow, took me a minute. The man who had this dream had endured several emotional deprivation in childhood. He also was an intelligent child, reared by foster parents who were near psychotics and who provided practically no positive parental experience for the boy. As a result, he was left with an extreme sense of alienation in adult life. Though quite talented, he was severely blocked in his efforts to realize his potentialities. He had this dream on the night following Jung's death, 6/6/1961. I mentioned this detail because he was quite affected by Jung's death, and because in a certain sense the dream epitomizes one's aspect of Jung's approach to the psyche. Here's the dream. 4 of us arrive on a strange planet. The 4 seem to be a quaternity, whatever, man. The 4 seems to be a quaternity in what we each represent different aspects of being, as though we were representatives of the 4 directions of the 4 different races of man. On arrival, we discover a counterpart to our group of 4 on the planet, a second group of 4. This group does not speak our language. In fact, each of the 4 speaks a different language. The first thing we try to do is establish some language in common. This problem occupies much of the dream, but I shall omit this portion. There is on this planet a super order which is enforced on all its inhabitants, but it is not enforced as though by a person or a government, but by benign authority, which we suppose to be nature. There is nothing threatening to the individuality about the ability to exercise this control on everyone. I am then distracted by something happening in an emergency chamber. One of the planet's 4 has had an attack. It seems that his excitement over our arrival has caused his heart to beat too fast, and it is in the nature of the super order to intervene when things of this sort happen. He is placed in a semi-comatose state during which he is plugged into the master heartbeat, which will absorb the overload until he has been equilibriumized. I begin to wonder if the 4 of us will be allowed to stay. Then we recite the information that we will be allowed to stay on the condition that we be placed on wavelengths so that the central source of energy law will be able to measure and detect when we get into what the planet calls danger and what the earth calls sin. At the moment we enter into danger, the super order will take over until the condition has been corrected. Danger will be whenever an act is performed for the immediate gratification of the ego or any conscious part of the personality, rather than with reference to the archetypal roots of that act, that is, without relating that act to its archetypal origin and the aspect of ritual that was involved in the first root act. The central feature of this most impressive dream is the super order and central source of energy law that exists on another planet, the unconscious. This remarkable image is a symbolic expression of the transpersonal regulating process of the psyche and corresponds to our concept of the the concept of the compensatory function of the unconscious. The dream state that danger arises whenever an act is performed for the immediate gratification of the ego, without reference to the archetypal roots of that act. This is an exact description of inflation, in which the ego operates without reference to the super-personal categories of existence. Furthermore, the dream equates this condition with sin, a precise equivalent to Augustine's view as quoted previously. The dream tells us the super order goes into effect to remove the overload as soon as the ego becomes inflated, thus protecting against the dangers of subsequent alienation. This protective or compensating mechanism is a close parallel to Walter Cannon's principle of homeostasis in psychology. According to this concept, the body has a built-in process of homeostasis or self-regulation, which will not permit the basic body constituents to get too far out of proper balance. For instance, if we ingest too much sodium chloride, the kidneys increase the concentration of sodium chloride in the urine. Or, if too great a concentration of carbon dioxide accumulates in the blood, then certain nerve centers in the brain increase the respiratory rate in order to blow off the excess carbon dioxide. The same self-regulating homeostasis process works in the psyche, provided it is free to operate naturally and has not been damaged. Like the body, the unconscious psyche has an instinctive wisdom which can correct the errors and excesses of consciousness if we are open to its messages. The corrective function derives from the self and requires a living, healthy connection between self and ego in order to operate freely. Even for the normal man, alienation is a necessary experience if psychological development is to proceed, because ego self-identity is as universal as original sin. Indeed, they are identical. Carlyle has put it cleverly. He says that happiness is inversely proportionate to the quantity of our expectations, how much we think we are entitled to. Happiness equals what we have, divided by what we expect, he writes. By certain valuations and averages of our own striking, we come upon some sort of average terrestrial lot. This we fancy belongs to us by nature, and of indefeasible right. It is simple payment of wages of our deserts, requires neither thanks nor complaint. Only such overplus as there may be do we account happiness. Any deficit against is misery. Now consider that we have the valuation of our own deserts ourselves, and what a fund of self-conceit there is in each of us. Do you wonder that the balance should so often dip the wrong way? I tell thee, blockhead, it all comes of thy vanity, of what thou fanciest those same deserts of thine to be. Fancy that thou deservest to be hanged, as is most likely thou will feel its happiness to be only shot. Okay. The fraction of life can be increased in value, not so much by increasing your numerator as by lessening your denominator. Nay, unless my algebra deceive me, unity itself divided by zero will give infinity. Make thy claim of wages a zero, then thou hast the world under thy feet. Well did the wisest of our time write, it is only with renunciation that life, properly speaking, can be said to begin. And tomorrow I'll read chapter 3. We'll begin with part 1. Well, chapter 3 is called Encounter with the Self. That's going to be cool. And part 1 is the role of the collective. Alright, that's cool. Booster! What's up, Jay Hyten? Oh, shit. Yesterday was a good stream. Thanks to Axis. Much appreciated. Dom, thank you. Cage. Damn, man, I forgot. I always forget the channel's name. Something Productions. I'll remember it. He just started. No, what the hell is the name of his channel, man? I gotta go look. I have to go look. Because if I don't, it'll drive me nuts. We are still awake. Damn, broski. I'm gonna have to go look at the last video because I forgot his name. And man, it's getting a little too chilly up in her. Hopefully I'll hit 1,000 subscribers by the time the summer or spring ends. By the time fall's here. That's my goal. I want to hit 1,000. Truth Zone Productions. Damn, I had to go look. And you know what's wild? When I went to go look at the old video, I fast forwarded it, and right where I fast forwarded to, he was in the chat. That's wild. But yeah, shout out to Truth Zone Productions, man. And yeah, that's the 4 people that came up yesterday. And shout out to Crystal Witten too, man. No, not End Time Productions. I know who that is. I watch his stuff once in a while, but not too much. Man, I missed the All-Star game because I don't be watching, but sure enough, my boy hit a nice monster crackerooski right out the park. Jared Duran. Yeah, Crystal Witten thought Dom was throwing shots at me, and I used to think that myself. And I've come a long way from when people say stuff. I'm very observant. When I meet people, I feel them out. Whoa, hey, feel them out. And I've learned, you know, I Axis said a thing that, you know, if you ignore them, they'll keep basically they'll just keep coming with the bullshit, which is true to some extent. Or some people will just give up. Because if you ignore them, they just get madder and madder. But everyone's different and reacts different. But yesterday was a good, I almost said build. I almost said it. But yesterday was a good build. Because, you know, the foundation was already set.
Ball past Harper and into right field. Duran, who went into play center field for Aaron Judge, the Red Sox athletic center fielder, now bats.
Here's a high fly ball off of the bat of Jaron Duran.
Back of his jersey.
Anthony Santander in his all-star debut rips a base hit into right field.
Anthony Santander gets a little 2-out single on a ground ball past Harper and into right field. Duran, who went into play center field for Aaron Judge, the Red Sox athletic center fielder, now bats.
Here's a high fly ball off of the bat of Jaron Duran. That one will leave the yard and give the American League its first lead of the night. Boy, this dream season for Jaron Duran continues here with a home run in the All-Star game. He's a man that has power and speed, a lot of speed. The Boston Red Sox got really athletic with their lineup. It's why they're succeeding, and he's...
Remember that name, man, Jaron Duran, and I always forget the other dude's name. I got to get Jaron Duran's rookie card. I can't find a good website that sells single cards. I know they're out there because I used to go to this certain website a few years ago. I bought a couple sets that I was never able to get when I was a teenager because my mom was poor. So I ended up having the money and I ended up buying a couple of sets that I liked growing up. Like it was I think 1990 something score. I love that set because I had a lot of cool insert cards. Yeah, people got to get to know Axis, man. I try not to let what people say interfere with me getting to know someone. But I always take into consideration what people tell me. And I respect Axis because, and Dom, they remind me of me in ways because they're straight up like me. You know, I'm not going to bullshit or cut corners. I'm straight up. And when you're straight up, what can people really truly say, man? You know, when you tell them ahead of time, look, this, and this. I just hate getting put in the middle of shit, man. And you know, whatever. And the way Cage fucking approached that situation in the beginning. But they both, you know, he apologized, everything straight, but other than that little incident yesterday was a fire stream. I'm very appreciative of the people that come to my channel, even people that just stay in the chat, you know. I can't imagine having a big channel. Not that I couldn't handle it, it's just more of a headache. It's a big responsibility. I think since no one's coming up or no one's here really, I might as well play a video or something. Yeah, I feel you, Jay Hyten. It kind of did ruin how I see games now. You're right. Like when I watch them, or I don't really watch the game, but in the morning time, I'll check the Red Sox score because I was a diehard fan my whole life. And well, not my whole life, because a few like 8 years ago, I started to see sports different, and really, when they started making big money, I think it was the 90s, right after that strike, contracts started to change. The players, once they get that big load of money in, you see their fucking stats dwindle. And it's like, damn, they're not hungry no more. And that's terrible. Because I get it, man. Players are out for the check. They're not out for that ring anymore. And even if you are out for the ring, imagine a coach comes to you and tells you they know you could hit the winning shot, or they tell you to fumble, or they tell you to give them the loss. Dude, I'd be fired up. So they had to pay these people large amounts of money to shut them up to take the loss. I can't imagine that. Like, even the Red Sox, when they came back from 3 games to none, come on. That was fucking riggedy rigged as fuck. And I'm a diehard Red Sox fan. Um, that's crazy. Alright, well, I keep saying I am. I was. Anyway. Oh, I need to turn this on. Peace, fools and tools. Yeah, Access said yesterday that video God still didn't look. All these views, and I'm not surprised, man. Yeah, that's odd how it didn't change my logo. Like, I used to be a big collector of cards. Chief 18 Wheels, what's good, man? It's been a minute. I thought you disappeared. That's why I had to clean up a bunch of wrenches and stuff. Because you didn't do anything wrong. I was having issues with people getting hidden, and I forgot how many people were hidden a lot. And there's only one person that was hidden that was able to come back. The rest, I don't know. But what's good, man? It's good to see you here, Chief 18 Wheels. What was I saying? Oh, about sports, yeah. What was I saying? College players, or I forgot what I was saying about it. Oh, man. Yeah, it's a better time to drive, I heard, being a truck driver is at night, because the highways aren't filled with idiots. Especially if you're doing long distance travel, it's the best time at night. No one's in your way. You could just fucking cruise along. What type of truck do you drive? 18 wheels? What is there? 6. What is it? 14 and 18 wheels? I don't know. this dude got on YouTube. It's a channel on YouTube, and this guy shows like all these videos of sports being rigged, man. It's pretty hilarious. Oh shit, a tanker. 18. Dude, it's all the same. Oh shit. Alright, get out of here. What are the unspoken laws being hidden from the people? Let's see. trying to figure out these unspoken laws I've been hearing about. Because I think there's a lot of laws that are hidden and are used by the rich people, but are unknown to people at the bottom of the pyramid. That's how they keep the loopholes going. If anyone knows anything about it, let me know. People need to go listen to Sir Drop. He dropped a mix type stream the other day. There's something I never heard before, and I like that one where he'd be like, I think he goes, he'd be like, "Hey, Drop, if you real as you say you is, then why don't you make music for the kids?" Or something like that. That's just fire. What type of laws are forbidden by the Constitution? No bill of attainder. What's that mean? Attainder. Attainder. The forfeiture of land and civil rights suffered as a consequence of a sentence of death for treason or felony. So no bill of attainder or ex post. No bill of attainder post facto law shall be passed. No capitation or other direct tax shall be laid, unless in proportion to the census or enumeration herein before directed to be taken. Secret shares. Yeah, I believe that too, man. Especially when it comes to lawfuls and tools. It's not what you know, it's who you know. Like, you could know a whole shitload of stuff, but that don't mean shit in a capitalistic society. I guess that could go in any ism. Um, just in life, it's who you know. And even then, shit ain't guaranteed. Now I remember how the chorus went. He says, "Hey, drop. If you are awoke as you say you is, then why don't you make music for the kids?" Son, I gotta download that song, man. It's one of my new favorite songs by Drop. I heard there was two constitutions. I want to find the original one. This shit better not download it. StreamYard. StreamYard. Get your shit together. Thanks, Jay Heighton. I decided to switch over because I'm not playing games. You know, everything's moving all slow and fuck that. I wanted to go over some of these pictures I put up yesterday, but um, where did they go? It was the one with the hand. I'm into like the polarities too, man. Here we are. There's the other one. There's the other one. All right. We'll start with the 5-pointed star. Anyone see the movie Civil War? I downloaded the movie Civil War. Probably gonna watch it today. Um, oh yeah, that's right. Wait till you see this. This came out in Japan. Yeah. This is an article I seen before I get started with this. Read this. You know? Oh, shit. Yep. I had to screenshot this one. But, this is the 5-pointed star in the human body as nature's geometric keyboard of lines of force and their reflexes. It says, read the upper left. Interior tension is mostly functional and sensory reflex action from the viscera, plus emotional disturbance from pelvic organs. Posterior tension is usually caused by resistance or blocks in the motor impulses, which are controlled by sensory impulses. Soft tissue work is done with definite directions of lines of force carried through the blockade by a steady pressure or stimuli from any pole. The impact of the directed force acts upon the molecules and atoms in the wireless circuit. It does not have to be an adjustment, so they say. All tension seems to accumulate in the neck because it is the main etheric neuter field or neuter field, and the sum total of the return flow of all energy from below upward toward the head. Tension causes are mostly reflexes which must be found and released. Light pressure soothes and relaxes. Heavy pressure stimulates and releases stronger resistance in the current. Interesting. What's up, Faceplant? It says that which is above is reflected in the area below, and that which is below has a representation above in its government. The foramen magnum. What the fuck does that mean? Now I gotta look it up. I gotta exit out of here. I'm gonna see what foramen magnum is in esoteric symbolism. There's so many sirens today. Something happened in the city today because I was in the city on my way to the cribbo, and there was 8 cop cars speeding, and they were all trucked. And that only happens when there's a shootout or something. No, that ain't true. Cops love speeding to show up to beat the shit out of someone anyway. They don't even respect themselves. let alone a fucking citizen. If a cop can clothesline an old man onto his face, they're a piece of shit. Now what the hell was I saying? Sutton Foreman. I got angry and lost my train of thought. God dang it. It's all your fault, God. Who watched that movie Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas when he said he had a bunch of cocaine on his briefcase and he went to sniff it and the wind blew it away and he was screaming at the sky, "Look what God did to us, man." That's my favorite part. It's called Foreman Sutton. Is there an E in Foreman? Yep. Sucks. Foreman. Skunks. I seen a dead skunk the other day in the road. I was pretty upset. Come on, man. What the fuck is going on with the internet today? Let's see. Foreman Magnum. The foramen magnum is a large opening in the base of the skull that allows the central nervous system to pass through and connect the brain to the spine. Kind of reminds me of, anyway, it's part of the optical bone which forms the back and rear base of the skull and is located inside the posterior cranial fossa or fossa. Oh, I know where that is. It looks like the soft spot, no? Nah, that can't be. Nah. No, stop. I gotta get a little clip of that video. It's hilarious, that guy. Ow. The Foreman Magnum. Peace, Crystal. Yeah, I mentioned you earlier. I was talking mad shit about you. No, I'm joking. So this is the Foreman Magnum. Because I was wondering what the heck the Foreman Magnum was when I was reading. Okay. Because it goes from the Foreman Magnum at the tip of the 5-pointed star. And this. Then it goes to the head and neck releases. This is that which is okay, I read that part. Superior positive pull of the diaphragm and respiratory reflexes. The shoulders. Okay. And it says Akish ether sound reservoir. Thyroid as governor of oxygen intake. Right shoulder says diaphragm and respiratory reflexes also. And you've got your airy region, your heart, your kidneys, your heart reflex. I can't read that. Something reflex. The esophagus, the stomach, the liver reflex. What's that? Pylorus? Then the diaphragm, the umbilicus, the fire of digestion. Wouldn't that be with the penises or the vaginal? Anyway, what do I know? The left side says Noritus sigmoid reflex. The gallbladder reflex, the left kidney reflex, the liver reflex, the sigmoid reflex, and the ovarian reflexes over the breasticus. The neuter pole of respiration. Arrows on lines or along sides of them indicate the directional force in the contact. This is accomplished by the line up of the fingers, the forearm, and the humerus, and the exact angle of the impact of energy, and held long enough to create a molecular push in the current flow. Okay. This is all lines which cross over from one side to the other, rebound to the bipolar brain reflex. Something of the caduceus. Soreness and tension over any organ is a protective measure of the deeper tissues and extension of the soreness and stagnation to the surface area. Release energy blocks by directional contacts in the line of force. All the areas and organs which the lines of the force pass over in their ascending flow have their representative reflexes above the diaphragm in exactly the same order as they were passed. So the ovaries and pelvic organs have their reflex in the breast. The diaphragm has a definite reflex below poo parts, ligament, on the muscles of the thighs on each side. This is a valuable reflex to release in spasms of the diaphragm. What does this say here? You got your pelvic water basin, directional force to push for release of blocks. So that's if you're constipated, I guess. So let's say here, negative pole of diaphragm reflexes, thighs, running, respiratory reflexes. What does that say? Is that something Magnus? I can't. PSOAS. Pasos. The iliacus muscle. Am I saying that wrong? Iliacus or iliacus. The due parts ligament on each side. The rectus muscle. Don't flex that bad boy, you might fart. Energy impulse flows downward. The return currents are the reflex impulses flowing upward. These may cross over at neuter points and centers or flow straight as electromagnetic lines of force and as fake gravity impulses. So what could we replace buoyancy and density? As buoyancy or density impulses, current resistance anywhere becomes reflex pain. There you go, that's the 5-pointed Stizar, aka the human man. What do you all think about polarity, man, and the way they, you know, divide this up? Damn, unsub. At least you're honest. I always pay the price for other people's actions here. Like when Axis got mad, I paid the price. But it's just part of having a channel, I guess. At least faceplant, you realize. But oh yeah. Huh. I still get triggered myself sometimes, but I quickly change my thoughts. Like I said, yes, I thought Dom was at one point throwing shots at me. Maybe he is, but I don't think it's in a disrespectful way. I could be wrong, but anyway. I don't take it personal. Like I said yesterday, this is all learning curve for me. And I just try to be humble as much as I can and try not to let shit bother me, because it's words. Like I said yesterday, what am I going to get out of going back and forth with someone with anger on here? Because it's all words here. It's not like you could. And I've noticed when people see it bothers somebody, they'll keep, pressing their buttons, because, it's like the bully insensitive, man. When they see something bothers the person they're bullying, they're just going to keep doing it because they're miserable for the most part. Now, people have opinions, and sometimes people state their opinion, and it's not in any shape or form to disrespect anyone. But I've done all that myself. I used to be a prick to a point where I would study people and find out, what buttons to press. And I would use that and keep it in the chamber. And if someone ever pissed me off, I would just press their buttons like a fucking chump. That to me, that's like childish shit, but anyway, I'm glad you're back, Crystal. I don't have no issues with you. Yeah, I agree with you on this faceplant because through experience, oh, not this one. Where'd the other one go? Right here. I think cigarettes it slows down your breathing, your heart, a lot of things it affects. Same thing with when you drink alcohol, or if you do Percocets and pills, it'll slow down your digestive system. It'll numb a lot of stuff in your body. So then when you stop doing all that stuff and your body wants to start working, you're going to be in pain. Your heart is going to be pumping 1,000,000 miles a second. Coming off of cigarettes was more difficult than I thought it would be. When I got locked up a few times, you have no choice. You can smoke. There's people that get cigarettes somehow, but they're gonna charge you $6 for one cigarette. And is it really worth it? You might as, me alone, I didn't do anything. Even I could have got my hands on whatever I wanted. I was like, I'm taking advantage of this. I'd rather control my anger because to me, if you can control your feelings or these chemicals, it's part of mastering self, I think. To me, that's I get why people stand their ground and flip out. Because I've been in that position. That's how I used to always see things myself. But then I realized, like I said, most people do things because they know it bothers you. So when you don't let it bother you, it's just going to piss them and they're going to be in a worse mood because they can't get to you, or they're going to the next person they could trigger. So I'd rather ignore it and let people just get more mad and laugh inside. What do you mean by that, Jay Hyten? When you're gone, you don't want to come back? Punching bags do help. I wish I had one. Yeah, that's probably rural tobacco with no chemical spray or anything on it. I don't know why they would take backwoods away, considering backwoods is a big selling cigar. And it's not like these people truly give a fuck about any tobacco. I want to see what this picture says. Let's see the chart. Oh, come on. Chart of the subtle prana or prana currents in the human body and their chakras as whirling primary functional centers of energy. So now we got your foot here. I hope someone washed their foot. Prana as the downward current. Apanya. I can't read any of this stuff. Prana as the creative function. Genito. What? Genito liquid. Organs, liquids. Okay. Prana as the fire of digestion. The abdomen, caloric energy. Prana as the energy in the air, lungs and chest functions. Prana energy as the sound, ether, throat, and airs. Psychic phenomena and special sense development is due to the stimulation of the chakra by concentration of mind energy or interest in its function. Animals depend on the weakness of one sense for their direction and safety. Mind and prana, life, does that say life breath? Yeah, life breath functions through the fields of matter and its sensors. These energy lines are purely function and psychological as longitudinal influence arising from the chakras and forming the five sensory and the five motor currents flowing through the body to each digit of the hands and feet. In the treatment of functional blocks or disturbance of the five senses, these areas are useful when the physiology is mostly involved. Dude. The cranial sporanial. I don't know. I like this picture right here. It would be sweet if I could use this as like a background. Or even this one. Yeah, this one looks dusty. It's all blurry looking. You're fired. Hey, faceplant. This will make you laugh.
Secretary, you've guided this alliance through one of the most consequential periods in its history. I realize, I was talking to your wife, I personally asked you to extend your service. Forgive me.
And that's official, man. That's no, like that's a real video. That's no editing or anything. It's pretty damn funny. This cat admitted. I believe Biden when he said that. Like, I truly think he was doinking that dude's wife because whatever he's on or whatever he's taking is allowing him to just tell the truth. It's funny, man. Those medications got him all fucked up. What if Jim Carrey was playing Joe Biden? Like, I've heard some of these people mimic Trump. I've heard people mimic I almost called him Osama bin Laden, the old president. Obama, Osama, Obama, Osama. They both suck dick of a llama. Oh, my bad. The law of polarity. Interesting. Dude. Alright, here we are. Why do I gotta accept this? I don't care about that. The law of polarity states that everything has an opposite, and the existence of these opposites is vital in helping us to gain a deeper perspective of our own lives. Learn more about the universal law. Who agrees with that? Or more or less not if you agree or disagree. What do you think about that? What's good, Truth Zone? My bad about yesterday, man. The vector of life. What is that? Anyone want to hit the link? You're more than welcome to. If not, I get it. I get it. I understand why you lost your composure. It's all good. I think more or less, once you said you had a niece, man, I knew. why you were upset right away. So, and I don't blame you, because if someone, you know, disrespected my mom or my grandpa or my uncle that passed away, I would I don't know what I would say or do. In that situation, I'd probably be mad because I couldn't slap them because they're on a computer, but I was like, damn, True Zone just started coming here. And I was like, oh man. But that's peace agnostic principles. If you got time, True Zone, hit the link if you're not busy. Sweet. I found a clear picture of this, man. Awesome. I love this picture, man. When it comes to alchemy and duality or polarity, it's my favorite picture right here. Not that anyone really gives two flying shit nuggets, but and it's a clear version too, which makes it even better. Oh wow. Found a clearer version, but it don't have all the sun. That's cool. I want to find that story when fire meets water. Yeah, it's one of my favorite pictures of faceplant. Mother Nature is um, the best way to understand life. I know it's an alchemy pick, but it also has the polarities, man, woman, and animal, and it's got the zodiacs, uh, the sun and moon. I never realized how important alchemy is until I started digging deep And what happened to there. I was just about to say, what happened to Truth Zone? What's up, Truth Zone?
What's good, family? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
It was good, man. Thanks for
you're
having
good.
me on again. Yeah, my bad about yesterday, bro. I just lost my composure, man. I usually don't do that, man. I usually maintain my composure. It's just certain things like, I get triggered by it. But other than that, man, how you doing, bro? You doing good?
Yeah, just
Yeah, man, I
chilling.
do. They say us so-called spiritual people, we supposed to be all nice and good. No, some of us have a bad side, man. You know what I'm saying?
We all do. That's what I'm working on, changing and or not changing, but controlling.
Right. Right. Yeah, you gotta keep your composure, man. Yeah, I feel what you're saying,
That's
bro.
hard. Sometimes I get sick of trolls and just people doing childish shit, man. But it's a challenge when I keep myself. I keep my composure. I feel satisfied that, and it's hard. Believe me, there's times my inner self screaming at me to flip out, but
Right. Long as you maintain balance, that's what it's all about, man. Maintaining balance. Everything has to be balanced.
because I I know outcomes when they start. When situations occur, I already know the outcome as soon as it starts.
Right.
I've seen it all. I've been through it all. You know,
Right. Man, so crazy. I got my own channel too, so I've had bots and trolls come on my channel. I've had to go off on a few of them. Like I've done panels. The last time I done a panel was a few weeks ago, but when I do panels, man, I might have one other person on, one or two other people on, but I try not to have like 5 or 6 people on the panel at one time, man. I tried that in the beginning when I first started doing panels, but it became too many egos get on the panel at one time, and people have different opinions, different views. Sometimes those views and opinions clash with each other. These ideologies clash with each other. It's the same perceptions. Everybody's perspective might be the same on things, but when it comes to ideology, somebody might think the sky is red. Somebody else might think it's blue, and then they trying to argue their opinions. You know what I'm saying?
I see that too. Like that's a major thing I've learned in the last 2 years is how people. Axis had brought that up the day before yesterday. How people will take somebody's perspective and try to like twist it and stuff like that. But I've seen like I've learned more or less to respect people's perspective. Um,
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I respect everybody's perspective and opinion too, man. Even like if I'm talking to somebody that's not aware and they believe in voting and they believe in all the bullshit we was taught, I still respect it, even though I know it's preposterous, even though I know it's nonsense. I still respect it at the end of the day.
it's tough to people think running a panel's easy. Like I thought it was more or less. And
Nah, it's not because I've done like since I've been doing YouTube on my new channel, True Zone's my new channel. I've done like eight or 9 panels, I think so far.
I thought I could bring everything together. That was my. I had to learn that that's damn near impossible.
Nah, man. I thought that too, man. You can't bring everybody together because it won't work. It's too many egos, man. It's too many opinions,
Right.
man. Too many perspectives, and I'm not saying people's opinions and perspectives are bad. It's just they start to clash with other people's opinions. Like somebody will try to persuade you to think like them. They want you to put their thinking cap on, so they want to think for you instead of, you know what I'm saying? They try to put you back inside of a box. You know, we're all critical thinkers. We all formulate our own opinions about everything. So that's why we at the point we at now of being critical thinkers and free thinkers, because we don't think like the rest of the masses. So that's what separates us from them. But when we get with each other, like people that's conscious like us, sometimes some of us we might want to have somebody else think like us. You know,
like yesterday when, because I looked, Cage. There was a time I brought up that topic because I knew children were being taken, but I didn't believe the numbers, because I've questioned it, and I was thinking, man, they're giving this outrageous number, but you know, I know children are being taken, but they're blowing up the numbers.
Yeah, I agree with you. I when I left the panel yesterday, I heard you mention that. Someone else mentioned that. I believe in that they do overhype the numbers. That's what anything they do. They give us these numbers, and these numbers are fallacies. These numbers are bullshit. But in all actuality, kids are going to turn up missing, man, every day, man. I think I did a live on that one time. A bunch of kids out of Cleveland went missing out of nowhere. And it's a bunch of melanated kids too, a bunch of so-called black kids that they taking their organs out of these kids' bodies, man. Because they say what they say, the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. They like to eat us, man.
What's up with the melanated thing?
Huh?
I heard a guy explaining that he was telling this young black man, or so-called, no one's black or white, but I don't know the guy's name. I'll say melanated man, because I know white people have more. They have melanated in them too, but are so-called white people. I think we're all different shades of a brown. I don't know anyone white.
I don't like saying we're white either. Well, I say Caucasian. Caucasian people do have melanin. They do have melanin. I do have melanin. Melanin protects you from the sun, from UV rays and stuff like that. Us,
I love the sun.
Yes, us so-called black people, we have neuromelanin. Neuromelanin is a basic foundation of the cosmos. We have carbon inside of our physiology too. Carbon is the basic fundamental of all, basic building block of all life. So that's why they say the blacker the berry, the sweeter the juice. Our skin tastes sweet to them. They take placentas out of so-called black women and eat them.
Damn. Yeah, I seen a video of a guy. His wife gave birth, and he made sure the hospital didn't take, after they give birth, what is it, the placenta that comes out. He didn't give it up. He took it home. And that's smart. Because there's something about these hospitals I personally don't trust. I don't give advice. I got to say that this is entertainment. I don't give advice for anything. And I don't expect, and I'm no one to follow. Do your own research. Don't take anything I say for granted.
Why do you think they call it organization? Because they're taking people's people's vital organs out of their body. Organization. Your organs are like a musical flute. You vibrate with your organs. Your organs are key components inside of your neurophysiology. So when they take that out of your body, and these are so-called, I don't want to call them elitists. These hybrids, they feast, they eat off of us, man. This is how they survive from us. Because we talk about how they're energy beings all the time. So this is how they get their energy. This is how they stay. This is how they live for 400-500 years.
Yeah, I think we could live longer. I don't have all the answers, but like I said yesterday, I'm not ready to leave this place. I'm still attached because I feel like, my mom passed away at my age. In 2001, she passed away of cancer. She was 42. I'm 43 now. So I outlived my mom's by a year already, which is fucking crazy. And then my grandpa, his life was like filled with misery. He lost his wife when my mom was 10, my grandma. And then he watched 2 of his children die before him. which is wild. I almost died myself. So
Yeah,
I
that's
just,
sad, bro.
yeah, my grand was a warrior to go through that. Like, that's not how life should be, man. Like, a parent having to bury their children before them. That's how
Right,
I see
man. That's
things.
what I'm
Like, you
saying.
could be living to be
I
120.
want my kids to. Right, I want my kids to bury me. I don't want to bury them. So that's what I'm saying. Condolences to you, bro. I can only imagine you're a strong dude, man. You got to be strong mentally to go through all that, man, and still be
Broke
sane
me.
and you know, be able to hold your mental together.
It didn't break me, but it didn't break me completely, but it broke me down somewhat to the point where I was on a whole nother level. I didn't give a fuck about nothing after that. And I was still I was still somewhat believing that, like, you know what's crazy? As a teenager, I would always joke around and tell people, I'm God. That my friends are religious and you know, deep religious people, and I would always tell them jokingly, I'm God. I would always say that. And my inner self would always tell me that. And then I realized that we're just an extension of the Creator, but so many times my inner self would speak to me and I wouldn't listen. We're all warriors,
Right,
man. Life, this place
right.
is fucking savage. You know?
This place is built on pain, man. It's about that loosh, man. How much pain and loosh they can get out of you, man. You gotta think. People say we sign up for this, but then at the end of the day, I still believe that the simulation push you through shit just to get that pain loose out of you. They'll take a loved one from you. That's why it's hard for me to attach myself to anything here. Because when I was younger, I had a pet parakeet, and I was attached to this bird. And then something had happened with my pet, and then it died. And I was so emotionally attached to this bird, and it hurt me. So that's why it's hard to get emotionally attached to anything here, because the matrix will make sure it takes it away from you. That way you can go through that pain and feel pain here. I believe this is the only place in the cosmos you can come feel pain down here in the physical. That's what it's all about, coming down here in the physical and feeling pain like that, you know.
What's up, Faceplant? I hope your mic's working. Yeah, it's working. I heard you.
Yeah, it's just
that's what it's all about for the controllers. Whatever side you're on, if you're on their side or on the other side, they're still harvesting your energy.
Yeah.
It's like, pick a side so we can harvest your energy. Whatever side you pick in the polarity, everything's polarity that's presented, right? Republican, yeah. Democrat, conservative, liberal. It's all bullshit.
Right. I tell people all the time when it comes to voting,
you have to buy into one side or the other.
Yeah, I tell people all the time, who you gonna elect, Satan or Satan?
Yeah,
it's like that Simpsons episode. Kang and Kodos. It's a two-party system. You have to vote for one of us. You know, they're those two alien brothers.
I vote for me.
Like, look at the freaking creeps. Everyone you can name in entertainment or politics is a fucking creep. The higher up they are, the worse creep they are. Like it seems like every high-level politician, every high-level entertainer, they had a young child die, or their wife die, or whatever, and that's required for them to have their position.
Right. They sacrifice them all off, man. That's if you want to, nothing's free in this world.
I tell my not. That's what happens.
Right. I tell my kids that all the time. In order to maintain stability in this physical material matrix, if you want to get ahead and get that $1 million a year capital, Even five. Some people sell out for 200,000 a year. Some people took the inoculation to move up in the ranks. But you have to sacrifice something.
Yeah.
People say it all the time, and I sacrificed so much to get here. Yeah, we know you did. What you do? What you win? What you became a part of bestiality? What you do behind the scenes?
That matrix you're talking about is an artificial matrix that's been overlaid on top of our nature, right? Like the nature itself is not bad. It's part of us, but the controllers have overlaid this false matrix over everything, where everything's about competition and polarity and
They hijacked the
false.
They hijacked the plant. They hijacked, like you said nature. They hijacked the planet. It's a planted. Planet nature.
means a plane with a net over it, like a plane with a net of stars.
It's a plane. A planted planet. Because we one with nature. If you look at our physiology, look at our anatomy, we're one with nature. We're twins with nature. We look just like nature. My hair looks like so that's what I'm saying. I don't want to keep being biased, sound biased. This is facts. If you look at a melanated woman's hair, a so-called black woman's hair, her hair looks like a damn tree. When she grows a fro out, if I grow my fro out, my fro looks like a tree. Right?
Yeah, I remember watching a video on that, and they were explaining that they said so-called black people's hair is more woolly, and I used to watch back in 88, 89, my mom's friend, my two friends that I grew up with were two black kids back in the day, man, and I used to sit there and watch his mom, which I used to call my stepmom. She would put the hot comb, the old school one, on the stove, and I remember my first time seeing her do his hair, and I used to laugh at him when it'd be burning his head and shit, but the hair is different. I ain't even gonna front, man. I'd be jealous because so-called black people, their edge ups are sharp, and I'd be like, damn, why can't my cracker ass have a nice sharp edge up? It's something about our hair.
I think I had mentioned this on your last panel, bro. My hair coil, like when I pluck my hair out, man, and I put it down, it coils up. My hair coils up to a 9. So that tells me right there that I'm 9 Ethereum because of my hair. It's genetics. They study us, man. They study us. Everything that's made here is like they put melanin. Melanin is made, it's inside of computers. They put melanin inside of bullets. When they build these buildings and skyscrapers, those buildings have melanin in it from us. This is real shit, man. Melanin is intelligence. They won't tell nobody this, but we know but this is the truth. But they don't teach you these things in school, right? But we know this is the truth. This is why I do research and I study, because I want to know who I am. Because we've been lied to on every level.
All right. I want to know too who I am. I know my ancestors go back. I still have ancestors in Germany and Poland. I just don't know who they are because I can't find them. My grandfather didn't leave enough information behind. So
right. Yeah, they destroy documents over time. Somebody said parent. Yeah, you're right. It's a pair that rents the kids from the government through your straw man. We just rent the kids, man. That's sad, man. I looked at my birth certificate, bro, and it said my mom was a witness for the state. So my mom became a witness against me for the matrix, for the state.
For what? Court case?
No, on my birth certificate. It said that I was born in Jackson, Mississippi, right?
I thought you meant with the law.
No. On my birth
certificate or a birth certificate. It's like when you get baptized, they sell you to the Vatican or something.
That's wild.
And it says on my birth certificate.
They played our parents, man.
They did. I think our parents in the what's it called? The generation before that, what's the boomers, they were completely brainwashed, man.
Like, when did you start? Like, when I was growing up, I didn't even use the term. My mother never instilled the white and black thing into me. I never even looked at my friends as being different from me. I thought we were just, as children, I wasn't looking at people as white, black, Spanish, all this nonsense. I just looked at people as people. I think the creators created different, it's like artwork, man. You don't want everything the same. There's a beauty in difference.
Right,
that's
right,
how children are. They don't see
right.
the race.
Because kids are still more in tune with their spiritual side. So when we were kids, we had just came from the cosmos. We had just came from the spiritual world. So when we incarnate into this physical existence, we're kids. We're not looking at that. We're looking at spirit. We're looking at energy. We're not looking at the avatar of color. My first time experiencing, I didn't know about color till I was like 10 years old. I had a white girlfriend. Well, I thought she was my girlfriend. We would walk home every day from school holding hands. And I wanted to go home and play with her. And she said, my mom won't allow me to play with N-words. So that's the first time. Yeah, I swear to God, that was my first time experiencing that at 10 years old. I was heartbroken. But before that, I never looked at color like that. Because like I said, when we're kids, we're more in tune with our spiritual self, with our light body. So we don't look at that color. We don't look at all the intangibles, all the physical mundane stuff. We're looking at energy.
Man, the school system introduced me into the white and black term. They made me feel. I've spoken on this before too. Being German, I ain't even gonna lie. I was ashamed to be German growing up because school painted such a bad picture of Germans that we were racist, anti-Semitic murderers. School sucked anyway.
Yeah,
school still
check this out.
Division of black and white people through all that bullshit they sell people. Go ahead, Facebook.
So I was born in Newfoundland. So somebody might call me a newfie, and some Newfoundlanders find that term very offensive. But most don't. I don't find it offensive. But I can see how is it more offensive to call somebody a packy than it is to call them a newfie?
Wow, man. Yeah, man. Racism is low vibrational, man. I've been called the N-word so many times, y'all, man. I've been called that so many times. It's to a point. But I know where that terminology comes from. So when somebody calls me that, see, back then I used to get mad when somebody called me that. I'll be walking down the street and a truck full of white guys will ride by and yell out the N-word. I mean, one time they rolled by throwing water balloons at us when we was walking home from school. This is back in the 90s, man. Me and my friends, we be walking to the mall, a car full of white guys, they ride by and just call us the N-word for no reason. I'm thinking to myself, man, they have an inferiority complex about them, man. Not all of y'all, I'm saying, but some of them, like, man, why y'all hate us so much? And I'm not saying y'all, I'm saying like some of them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it depends on where you live. Like I grew up in Manitoba, and then I went out to Alberta to work, and I don't know if it was the town I was in or what, but they were like Alberta and Saskatchewan is the next two provinces over. And I don't know what it is about this society, but it's like guys I'm working with, pointing at a native guy and calling them a wagon burner right in front of their, and they're used to it. The native person's used to it. And I'm wondering, what the fuck is this? This guy's just openly calling the native guy a wagon burner right in everybody.
That's sad. That's sad, bro. But you know, when we say nigga means noble individual gracing God's agendas. Not grace. Nigga means noble individual gracing God's abundance. And then nigga means Niji. Niji is the American Indian. So we call each other niggas, we mean Niji.
Oh, why isn't this picture coming up?
Huh?
No, I'm trying to put this
all
picture
twisted
up. It won't show up.
No, I'm saying like, yeah,
different
nigga means Niji. And then nigger with the ER, that means troglodyte nigger. The troglodyte nigger was the caveman that came out of the cave thousands of years ago. The Canaanite beast that came out of the caves. That's what the troglodyte nigger was. They took it. They started calling us that, but that's really what they are.
I thought it came from the word naga, but I used to say "what up, nigga" to all my friends, and we were spent. Either I'll use the labels Latin, white, black. We were all, and they never said nothing. And then one time, I had a friend from New York. He was from Mount Vernon, but even out in the city, man, same stuff. You grow up, and they know you're down, or down for the cause, or whatever. But then I got locked up as a youth.
We have a
clue. Hold on, I got locked up as a youth, and a lady from down south named Miss L called me in her office and sat me down and explained to me how it's offensive to black people from down south because of the racism they grew up in. Like, I know there's racist people, but I started as I got older to think differently about that whole, I don't even think a lot of that racism stuff's true. I know there's racist people, but I think they like they do with everything. They blow it out of a proportion to keep us arguing with each other and fighting with one another.
That's true, bro. I don't like using the word white. I hate using these terminologies, man, because white and black makes you an artificial humanoid, a part of this corporation. But I gotta say it to get my point across. I don't mess with white people. My wife is white, man. I got biracial kids. And I don't met white people that are ride for you. I don't met white people that don't have my back more than my own people. I was out doing the job the other day because I own my own business. I was cleaning windows, right? And the white guy came out the store, handed me a bottle of water, said, "Hey man, stay hydrated." I live in a small country town where everybody looks out for one another. So it's hospitality. So that's what I'm saying. I don't had white people look out for me more than my own kind. That's what I'm saying. Sometimes all kinfolk. What's how they say? All skin folk ain't kinfolk, man. Because
he's not seeing you as a black man. He's just seeing you as a man.
Right.
Right.
And you're seeing him as a man, not a white man.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I don't identify as none of them. I don't identify as none of those terminologies, man. Black, white, African American. I don't go by none of that. I'm American Indian, man. Niji. That's what I am. Man. They call me everything. They call me everything but an Indian. So I don't identify none of that. So somebody call me an N-word today, I wouldn't get mad because that's not what I am. I'm an Indian. I know who I am.
I don't even think we know what happened 300 years ago. What was really going on? I think this history is just complete BS. The history.
Y'all see what Danny just said? She said white means black. See, yeah, she studies etymology. Yeah, black means white. Yeah, it's the same, one and the same. Yeah, black means pale.
What were you saying, Faceplant?
I don't even think we know what was really happening 300-400 years ago. Like, this history is nonsense. Like, some of the prejudice or hatred or whatever you want to call it is based on something that didn't even happen, if you ask me.
Yeah, I'm to the point, like, they like to switch things too. Like, they say all the people from Africa came over on boats, when the only boats that were coming here were mostly all Europeans, Germans, Polish, Italian, and I think they created this so-called racism or race wars because it's a race of stupidity and ignorance. Now, I'm not saying there wasn't racist people, and I'm not saying both sides didn't come to deaths because of racism. I'm just saying it wasn't like they're saying.
Yeah, it's his story, man. It's his story. They lied and told everybody we was the slaves hopping off them damn boats. It was really them, because slave means Slavic. Slavic is a European terminology. I think I mentioned them before. Yeah, it was them coming over here as undesirables. This is why they call them the founding fathers, because they found us here. We was already here. They just found us here. Everything here was founded. College, Yale founded in the 17th.
We all deserve reparations because a lot of the tribes' lands were taken from them, or it was sold because they were put in a position where they had to feed their tribe. And then the Slavs that were brought over here were lied to, and then they ended up coming over here and they had nothing, man. My grandpa told me his parents sold everything to come here. Everything. They came here with nothing. And had to work.
And some of the so-called were installed.
Yeah. My grandpa had 9 brothers and a sister, and they all lived, I forgot what he said, like a 1 or 2 room apartment, I think it was. So they were sleeping on the floor in the same bed. My grandpa said sometimes they would have to eat potato soup, like wild shit, old stale bread. My grandpa grew up super poor. I grew up super poor. But in a way, I'm glad because it taught me so much, and it taught me appreciation.
Hey, you grew up, I can tell, hey, Charles, man, you grew up around melanated people, didn't you?
Yeah.
I can tell, man. I can tell. Yeah, we grew up poor too, man. We thought we was rich though, man. We lived in a shotgun house in one of the worst parts of Louisville, Kentucky. We migrated from Mississippi when I was like 5 years old because my parents moved to the Midwest for better work, for like better financial opportunities, economic opportunities. So we migrated from Mississippi to the Midwest. When we got to Louisville, Kentucky, we moved to one of the worst parts in the city, man. And we thought we was rich. I didn't know we was poor until we went to school and kids John on my clothes. You wearing hand-me-downs, you wearing high waters, but we thought we was rich, man. You know, you couldn't tell me we was poor. I loved it though, you know. I wouldn't trade it for nothing in the world. Especially growing up in the 90s.
I grew up around all types. I had friends from Jamaica, Haiti. I had friends from Poland, Germany, all sorts of countries in South and Central America. Friends from everywhere, which was awesome. Peace, I am Max. Peace, Candy and Kimba.
I've been inside for 4 days because I went and bought some weed and I'm a basket case and I just stayed inside and smoked. But I'm outside now and I noticed I got a whole bunch of goji berries. It's amazing. Goji berries, grapes,
goat cheese. I thought you said goat cheese.
No, goji berries. I grow them here.
Why do butlers wear white gloves? Yeah, I know it wasn't just black people. Look, I've seen a video where this black Cherokee guy said we had European slaves. My grandpa used to tell me he worked in the tobacco fields in Farmington, Connecticut, in the cornfields. And I said, the tobacco fields? And I said, Gramp, those are the black slaves. Like, I was confused because of school. My grandpa was telling me one thing, and school was telling me another. And all along, my grandpa was right, and school was full of shit.
Right. Let me go ahead and get some straightening on this. Us, I don't like saying black. We're American Indians, so-called African Americans. We're not African American, which pretty much you already know. We're Indian. We were never slaves. We were just prisoners of war on our own land. This is why when they said we picked cotton so good, because we had been here thousands of years already. So who's going to work the land better than us if we was already here? We were never slaves. Slave is a European terminology. It means Slavic. We were never slaves. They lied to everyone and told everyone we was a slaves through Pan-Africanism. Pan-Africanism means like the Roots movie. It means them selling us a lie in school, being indoctrinated, saying that we were slaves and we came off of slave ships. We were just prisoners of war on our own land. We're in exile on our own land. We're lost at home. We at home, but they telling us we somewhere else. We were never slaves, though. I just want to get that out. I just want to put that out there, man. I don't like when people say we were slaves. We were never slaves. My ancestors weren't no slaves. We built the Mayan ruins. We built pyramids, kings and queens. This is facts, man. Y'all can go back and look at the hieroglyphics, look at ancient statues. You're going to see them have big noses and big lips just like me. They shot the noses off to hide who we were.
I asked my gramp because school was confusing me. I was like, Gramp, did you ever have any slaves? And he gave me this look like, what? And I said, did you have any black friends growing up? I could picture my gramp just how he sat in a chair. He'd cross his legs and put his hand, you know how people sit with their hand on their temple, their two fingers, when they're thinking. My grandpa would have that Masonic sit in the chair. He was in the lodge, my grandpa, and I always wondered, because he always talked about paying dues. He was in the Navy. He worked in Fafner's making guns. My grandpa he talked about being a cop, walking the beat, but for only a year, and then a prison guard. My grandpa did so much work, more or less factories in the Navy, but I don't know where I was going with that. But yeah, he said I had tons of black friends and stuff growing up. So I was just confused for a long time between school and my gramp. And like I said, school was full of shit, man. If I would have only listened to my gramp more, I'm just grateful I got some answers from my gramp, and I always kept them in the back of my mind.
The elders always know the truth, man. So this is why a lot of kids, a lot of people in this generation are find out the truth on who we really are. They say we asking our grandparents, because your grandparents, they know the truth. My grandmother, like I said, Indian heritage is quilting. My grandma always quilted. That's all she did. That's an Indian heritage. A lot of us chew tobacco. We still doing the same shit we was doing thousands of years ago. It don't change. You can reclassify somebody. You can reclassify a people, but you can't change their culture. That's our culture. I mean, I can't stress this enough, man. You know, it's just I don't want to get on here and sound like a biased person. I'm just proud of who I am, and it's liberating knowing who I am and knowing where I come from. Knowing I'm organic to this land.
I'm glad that, you know, when I started to watch like Dane Calloway and Sister Bethy, and I started to see them, you know, because when I learned a lot of the so-called black people were already here, the first thing I thought about was the 5% Nation. And, you know, I've never been to any of them lodges in the city, but I've spoken to a lot of 5%ers, including the music I used to listen to. A lot of people were in the Nation, Wu-Tang and all them people, Mobb Deep, talked a lot about different things, which allowed me to elevate myself through music, but especially Sons of Man and Killer Priest. But they would push the out of Africa theory a lot, and I would think to myself, man, just like the so-called white people at the top mislead the poor white people at the bottom, it's the same for the so-called black people. The ones at the top of the lodge are probably most likely pushing these lies, because if all these people found out who they truly were, there would be less for them at the top. People would start claiming the land, they would know who they are, and you wouldn't need these elders anymore. And that works for both sides, man. We're all being misled.
There we are, man. And that's what I try to tell my dad. My dad always says that he said this is I ain't gonna say that. I made a video on my channel the other day. The rulers of this matrix, they look just like me. And that's why I try to tell people it's not some Joe Biden looking guy that's in control of this matrix, of this world. So you know, it's evil motherfuckers that look just like me. They Dracos. They got the same skin complexion as me, but they run this shit from out of Morocco. They call them the black nobility. That's who runs this shit. That's who's been in control for thousands of years. They use everything.
Yeah, people
Everybody
kill
else.
me when they say the white man runs it all. I believe that's
Nah,
what you
this ain't.
think.
That's a lie. That's one of the biggest lies they told. They said it's a white man's world. No, the hell it ain't. This shit's being ran by black nobility. Once
It's the
you go look at
evil.
the video, go look at that video of the Pope bowing down, kissing their feet. That's who run this shit.
Yeah, I showed that picture, dude. That's wild you brought that up. Oh shit, I got that picture in my phone somewhere. Yeah, he was, and it blew my mind, man, that the Pope is kissing somebody. The Pope is he's a puppet too, man.
I don't even think Morocco was a country before the 1930s.
It wasn't. You're right. It wasn't. All these so-called countries are corporations. All of them are corporations.
And, some real natives here in Canada are light-skinned, but they got no treaty. They're just forgotten about because they didn't sign the treaties in the 50s or whatever.
Good, because they couldn't even keep the fucking treaties.
Benefits. They're just out there in the woods, forgotten about, doing real native stuff, while the ones who are getting money are, they got the brand on them.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. How the $5 Indian, man, the conquistador, the Mongoloid, they get reparations. They still live in ghettos too. They live on the reservations in South Dakota. They live, most of them live in ghettos, but at what cost? To steal someone's identity. They basically stole our identity. They came from they migrated from Siberia. They're Native Americans because they migrated from somewhere else. Native American don't mean somebody to look like me. I'm an American Indian. It's a difference. They migrated here from Siberia.
There are yellowheads that are native to here. I'm not sure what they're called around North Dakota and Minnesota and Manitoba, Saskatchewan.
My grandma and dad was French Indian. Yeah, if you're not copper colored, you're not indigenous to this land. I mean, you're not you got to be copper colored. You got to be somebody look like me to be indigenous to this land. Just like Australia, the Aborigines in Australia look just like me. Afros, dark skin.
What if you're born in this land?
Everybody's native to somewhere, and it's the land is the land. If I'm growing this land, I'm part of this land.
Right. I'm gonna put to y'all like this. They showed us this in the movie Avatar. We are organic to, let alone the land. We are organic to the planet. This is facts. Because we were the first ones here that ever existed. And y'all can go do your research and look it up. And I'm not being racially biased. I done my research. I studied. We were the first so-called black people were the first ones that ever walked this planet. Because we come from dark matter energy. We were the first ones that ever existed. No, it was nobody else here. This is why we're so hated. Now ask yourself, why they hate them so much? This is why, because they even told you in the Bible, the first should be last and the last should be first. We the beginning and the end. We was here in the beginning. Nobody else was here. It was just us here.
That's the name of the Sons of Man album.
Mankind. That's everything. Everybody else they're mankind because they're kind of like man. The burnt faced Negro, the Aborigines, the original man. This is facts. I mean,
I think know how you can all sorts of people were created at the same time. That's my opinion, but to be honest, I don't know the whole truth of the beginning.
Right. I respect your opinion. I just did research and I found out that everybody else
up 300 years ago.
Huh?
I think it was relatively recently where things got all divided up into colors and stuff. Like before, we weren't even talking like this. Like,
if you go back and look at all the ancient artifacts from 1,000 years ago, you're gonna see dark complected people on the wall in ancient Kemet. You don't see anybody else. And that's one example I can give you.
Like ancient Kemet, like that's Egypt, right?
America is Egypt. America is no such thing as the Middle East. America, this is Egypt right here.
Called Egypt. They faked all that stuff.
Say that one more time, bro. I couldn't hear you.
Yeah, you were borging out a little bit.
The stuff they're calling Egypt today, it was all faked in the 1800s.
Right, right. Yeah, America, the whole American landmass is Egypt because there's more pyramids here than anywhere else in the world.
Apparently, there's a ton of pyramids in China too, but they grow trees on them, and it's punishable by death to go in there. Apparently.
See, I can give you another example. So let me ask you this: if so-called black people are the real indigenous people of this land, and we were here on this land first, and if you go to the Grand Canyon, you see all those pyramids up in there. Who built those pyramids? If we were here first, it wasn't nobody else, right?
I don't even know if it was my ancestors built the pyramids.
Man, ain't no humans.
Odd that you say that. I showed a map.
I'm not a human though. I don't identify as a human. The human race was made 6,000 years ago.
Well,
the human race.
You know what somebody told me? They said when God created the creator, they created the flowers. Did they create the blue ones first or the red ones, or did they all bloom at the same time? That was Bro Sanchez said that. And that always stuck with me. I said, man, that's a better creator story than that bullshit Adam and Eve garbage.
Right.
I've never seen proof of how and when, but you bring up Avatar, that's a good point. Now, maybe we could have came from outer lands, because I know they're hiding land. There's tons of land that they're hiding from us.
Almost definitely outside of the ice wall. Yeah. We used to be green and purple. So I told you, if you go back and look at the ancient hieroglyphics, the ancient humanoids, they were green and purple. We used to be purple and green. We fell in vibrations and turned dark skin and brown skin. We fell in frequencies and vibrations. We turned dark and brown. This is facts, bro. This is facts, brothers, man. I this couldn't be no more farther than the truth. This is why in the movie Avatar, they showed you they have to put the truth in plain sight. The movie Avatar is a documentary about us and how they invaded us because we were here first. They invaded us and put us into everybody.
That movie pissed me off, bro.
Actually see too, right?
Huh?
Our skin color would have been different, and our eyes would have seen colors different even.
Yeah, we used to be green and purple. That's what I'm saying. You got humanoids outside of the ice wall that look just like us. We just think they know we inside of here and we know they out there.
Maybe if we had the eyes that we had then, we would look purple and green now.
Yeah, I believe that.
My stepmom used to tell me, she said, Chuck, in your past life, you were a black man. Ha ha! I remember she used to always say that.
I believe it.
And she used to, she was just joking, but
when I was young, my friends used to call me a white N-word.
Yeah, I'm a nigga. And I know that's gonna offend people, but look, I cut that word out of my vocabulary when Miss L sat me down out of respect for, she's like, you know how you look when you say that word? But I was like, it's not racist. I was explaining to her, and she said it offends down south black people. So I at that point, from that point on, at 16, I stopped saying it for the most part. You know, here and there. It took me a few years to really stop saying it completely out of respect. But me, coming from where I come from, I never seen any harm in it. You know, I could see if you put the ER on it and you're in somebody's face and you're racist and you're going, then you deserve to get your eye punched out. But
right, but even if they say with the ER, I said earlier on the panel, the N word with the ER is the original. It's the caveman. It's the troglodyte cave. It's the troglodyte niggers. The caveman. They came out of the caves. It wasn't us. Remember I told you they reverse psychology everything. They told us that we was the NIGGERs, and it really was them. It was the colonizer that came off them ships. That was the original troglodyte nigger. It wasn't us. They start calling us that. It was really them.
Yeah, Jay Hyten. You seen the new Tom McDonald song? I don't know. I respect Tom McDonald and Calhoun, you know, and I respect their viewpoints and all that. But I lost faith and trust in the government in 1992 and 93, when I turned from 12 to 13, and that perimeter, I knew the government was full of shit. And then when I was 20, when that September event happened, that's when I really knew we're fucked.
Yeah, man.
Because life was beautiful before that happened in NYC. To me, we weren't in a police state. You know, you could go to the fucking state park and chill and hike without state police up your ass. And it just seemed the country went downhill after that, you know. And then they put the Patriot Act into play, which was a slap in the Patriots' face, to call it that. The country went to the pooper after that.
Yeah, the Patriot Act eradicated all so-called freedoms, because people call I be seeing people call themselves patriots. If you call yourself a patriot, that means, if you call yourself a citizen or a patriot, that means you're part of the corporation. Remember I told you the United States is a corporation. So the Constitution, when they wrote the Constitution, that was nothing but a contract. The United States was founded on a contract. This is why I don't consider myself a citizen, a patriot. None of these.
Yeah. What's the New England Patriots? There's a little guy, a mascot there. What is that?
Oh, that's Uncle Tom's brother. I know what you mean. I'll pull it up. I'll pull up the 80s symbol. That's when you really get a good that's the old school symbol in the 80s. But go ahead, True Zone. Let me pull that up.
I know that's what I was going to say.
I think this is what you're talking about, the cartoon version of that they're making us be patriots. It's like being
you don't want to consider yourself a patriot, man. Especially not in these times. Maybe in the 80s and 90s that worked, even the early 2000s. But now you don't know. You don't want to be a patriot, because that you automatically telling them that you dead. They already look at their. I think you had talked about this yesterday on your live. When they summons you to court, they bringing you to. They're saying that you dead, but they bringing you to life under admiralty, right? I don't know if you had mentioned that. I heard that somewhere else.
Yeah, I mentioned that. I said when they're summoning you because it's a dead corporation.
Right.
And we're dead.
They look at us all as dead. That's why we get our mail. That's why when you get your mail, your name is in all caps, because that's your straw man. You dead. They look at us as legalese. We're dead.
Yeah. All the wording they use, all rise, fucking, you know, summoning, fucking, you're being charged, right, for a crime. You're being charged. How did I put that together? I was thinking about that one day. I'm like, damn, when you commit a crime, they charge you. Like, they're hitting you with some energy or something.
Because they know we energy beings, so they charging us of our energy. We're going to charge you with this. It's all admiralty. They talk legalese terms when you go there. The judge ain't nothing but a Grim Reaper, because they wearing all black. They sitting behind a bar stool, a stool with a bar, wearing all black. A Grim Reaper ready to give you 20 years. The whole time they trafficking kids behind the scenes, but they're gonna give you 20 years for selling a bag of marijuana.
Yeah, they're hypocrites, and they're the ones really pushing. Oh shit! The Boston Patriots. I forgot they were called that. This guy's ugly as dirt. Actually, I think dirt looks better than this. Come on. Trying to get a good picture of the old Patriot symbol. Here it is. Actually, this is the Boston Patriots symbol, but it'll do. It changed a little bit when it became. The symbol changed like 3 or 4 times. Now it's just a Uncle Tom head with a streak of stars or something. All that shit's rigged. All them Super Bowls, like, it's disappointing, man.
Man, that shit got
I
man.
remember when people played for real, right? When people played sports for real. Now you can't even. If the catcher's blocking the baseline in baseball, you used to be able to knock him out the way. Now if you go to plow the fucking dude, even though he's blocking the baseline, you can get trouble for that, ejected. That's pussy shit. Sports is so weak. They cry about everything. Can't hit them hard.
It's all a racket. It's all a racket, man. All that shit ain't nothing but a racket, man. It's bread and circus, man, to keep us distracted with bull. I mean, ain't never wrong with playing sports because we've been playing sports thousands of years. Just they got a hold of it and fucking inverted it and turned it dark and they made it evil and shit. Now you betting and people losing like whole house losing their cars because they betting, and it's a racket, man. Rigged.
Here's the symbol. Faceplant. Yeah, this is Uncle Sam's cousin, man. Now let me pull up Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam got some ham. How you gonna have in the Quran a guy named how did I put it, man? His name was Sham, right? Sham, yo, that's fucked up because Muslims don't eat pork, and you got somebody named Sham, even though that's in the Bible too. But there's another Muslim name that had ham in it. I forgot. Abraham. There we go. He's in the Quran too, I think. They're all Abrahamic religions, no? I could be wrong, but either way, Abraham. Like, damn, imagine your son was Abraham and you were Muslim. That's like a disgrace.
Yeah, man. Somebody thought I was Muslim. They said because I said no, I don't eat pork. They offered me some a pork chop, something. They offered me something, bacon or something. I said no, I don't eat pork. They said, what, you Muslim? I said no, man. I just don't eat it. I ain't got to be a part of a. I ain't got to be a part of a religion just not to take on eat some type of food.
Right. That's health.
I really wanted to tell them I don't follow religion at all. Period. I don't. No, I'm not a religious person. I don't believe in none of that dumb shit. I do believe some of the stuff in that Bible because we watching it being played out. But as far as me worshiping anything, hell no.
I always see Jehovah's Witnesses with their table, or now more than ever, because there's a lot of Muslim people in Connecticut, whether it's the 5% Nation or just regular jihad or whatever. There's all factions of that, but yeah, they have their table too now. So I was thinking, why can't I make my table? I'm gonna create my own religion called Fuck Religion, and I'm gonna make it tax free. I'm gonna get it legal by the government. Make my own church.
Now that's what I'm saying. These Christians with these Cretans, these confused idiots, they gotta ask themselves: you paying tithes to have a savior? So you gotta pay for somebody to save you. Make it make sense. They don't think these people don't think rationally. They don't think with logic. You got to pay for a savior, so you got to pay to play. So the same thing with politics. People paying, they donate to Trump's organization, to all his stuff, and they paying for a savior.
And look at the symbology. I remember I mentioned this, and people are like, people that could recognize symbology, right? You got the story was told in football when you seen Tom Brady, right, go from the Patriots to where? The Buccaneers. And what are they? the pirate. They're a pirate. So he went from being a patriot to a fucking pirate. Think about the symbology in that. And then that's right
damn.
around the time.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
deep.
2 years before the scam schmemic happened. But yeah,
Well,
that is
look at
deep.
they flag is the personification of pirate, of being a pirate. It's Skull and Bones flag. It's an Admiralty pirate flag. They came over here and stole shit. That's all they do. If you want to take it a step further than even that, they masters the evil Dracos, because we know this is cosmic before physical. They go from different planet to planet, invading shit and pirating and stealing shit, stealing resources. Yeah, I read somewhere the Anunnaki and with the ancient Sumerians, the ancient and the ancient tablets, that they came here looking for resources and took a bunch of gold.
Man, the best bet, in my opinion, is to just keep elevating yourself and just get ways to maneuver through this maze of shit. And you know, keep your family safe. Fucking always be prepared. 'Cause these serpents, they're predictable, but they're also unpredictable.
Right.
It keeps saying Russia is gonna do this and that puts a little worry in me, because when they're pointing fingers, that gives them an option to do it themselves and point fingers, and the country fell for that already. You know, one time.
The whole what's it called? The Cold War between the two corporations, the United States and Russia. That shit was a farce. That was all baloney. They had kids hiding under the desk for nuclear bombs. I said, oh, that's all bullshit. No nuclear bomb. If a nuclear bomb did exist, they would have been dropped it. That's how evil they are. They would have been dropped it. They don't have to. Why build a nuclear bomb? And they already built a nuclear bomb in 2019 when they hit everybody with the JAB. That was the nuclear bomb right there. That was World War III right there.
What are those, raspberries and blueberries? Sorry, True Song. You just picked those? You better be careful. There's bears out there. Just smell them.
Don't that make sense though, Charles?
Yeah. I think sometimes I don't know.
Goji berries and Saskatoon berries.
Huh. You ever see a bear? I'm just going to change the subject real quick. I just recently learned, it was a Joe Rogan video, and a guy was talking to Joe Rogan about bear meat. And then the guy explained, when you cook bear meat, you got to cook it for a while, like boil it on high temperature. And then it went to a clip of a bear coming out of the river. And when the bear is coming out of the river, I shit you not, man, this parasite was coming out of this bum, dragging like a piece of toilet paper was stuck to its bum. But it looked like a snake, but it was a parasite coming out of his butt. A bunch of white, dude. Then things were dragging behind him in the water. That's all. I was like, yo, he was talking about bear meat has these parasites, and if they get in a human, to them these parasites know bears. But when these parasites enter a human, it's unknown territory. He was saying for them, so they'll end up going to your spine, which. If you look at parasites, they cling onto the spine for the energy and to send signals to your brain, probably what to eat. But these parasites are huge, and they'll go in your brain like, dude, makes me think. Bear meat. I've never eaten bear meat. I've eaten dare meat once or twice.
Yeah, I ain't never heard of bear meat. Bear meat. I heard it. I had deer meat, but not bear meat before. I never.
Have you faceplant?
Pork. A male bear is called or a female bear sow.
Say that again. You were breaking up. Oh man,
pig is a cross between a bear and a. It almost seems like a bear is a cross between a human.
let me see. All right, I'm gonna see if I can find a picture that would do justice. Oh my God, bro! I found it, dude. This is wild. That shit looks like a stick. Oh my God, these poor bears, bro. Like seriously, in my eyes, I'm like, dude, these fucking things are serpents. These parasites.
Yeah, man, they got those parasites all in the pork, all in the meat. Because those parasites take over your mind. Like you said, they connect to your spine, they connect to your aura, they connect to your aura field. Some of them are archons, some of they're archons inside some of those parasites, and they connect to your aura field, man, and they take over your thoughts.
That's why I say when Jesus fasted, it wasn't an actual Satan talking to him. I think it was parasites, because a parasitic, if you look at the symptoms of a parasite, it's the exact same symptoms as a demon possession. I checked it out.
Right, yeah, they latch onto your aura field, man, and they control your thoughts.
There's that stuff in our gut too, depending on what you eat, you have a different type of parasites in your gut. So if you're eating meat all the time and then you stop eating meat, those parasites are going to start sending messages to your brain, electrical messages to your brain. Just give us some of that meat. Give us some of that dead flesh to eat.
Right. I went vegan for a whole year, man, and I fasted for like 3 or 4 days, man, and that was like the best feeling I ever had my whole life, the best experience. People was like ragging on me saying, "You're going to die. You're not eating no protein." I said, "Well, cows, they don't eat meat. They eat grass." I said, I'm just going straight to the source. I'm cutting out the middleman. I don't need to eat a pig or an animal to get protein. I just eat grass.
I've been vegan for 7 years now, no problems. I'm old too. And I just quit cold turkey, and I'm better. That's just me, though. I'm better off for sure.
Man, ain't nothing wrong with being vegan, man.
You guys see this picture?
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty horrible.
That's disgusting, man.
Dude, they're like serpents, man. That's how they're like snakes. These parasites. You don't need no microscope. That's serious shit, man.
That's like a tapeworm. People get tapeworms like that too.
Oh,
that's what they.
Dude,
that's
it makes me want to fast right now. It makes me want to drink fucking. My fucking stomach started hurting watching that. Man, I'm about to drink some vinegar and eat a bunch of cranberries.
And y'all notice they putting aluminum in a lot of the foods now. Aluminum phosphate. They got aluminum phosphate in the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich. I went to the store. And I read labels a lot. I read labels, and they got aluminum inside of the lotion. I wear cocoa butter.
You know what that does? That's why old people are getting Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, because of the metals. Look at the metals. Look it up. The side effects.
You know that stuff, Coffee Mate? I remember when I was a kid reading the label on Coffee Mate in the 70s, and that's what it was: aluminum. I think it was called aluminum silicate, and that's what Coffee Mate was. Now it's something different, I guess. But
and look at some of the ingredients that was inside of the JAB has aluminum in it, has different metals in it, and they putting this shit in the food. They spraying this shit in the air.
Yeah,
metal particles
in the air, and it's in the earth. It's on the surface. And it stops trees. I realize that's why these oak trees are dying, It's because they can't pull the nutrients up because of the aluminum in the soil. It stops the plant from pulling the nutrients up. Or the water. I mean, it makes it hard for the plant to get water.
Right.
With
And
all
remember,
that shit in the soil.
right. And remember what I said? My bad, Charles.
No,
That's
go
what I'm
ahead.
saying. Remember what I said earlier? That we are plants. We are one with this earth. We are one with this earth. So they hitting us with metals just like them plants, stopping us from from growing. That's what I
Yeah.
want to say.
And it's making us sterile, just like the fruit that's sterile.
Yeah, that's
fruit.
part of everything. The population reduction is what the goal is. Like Fauci and Gates, their fathers were eugenicists back in the 50s and 60s, and they're just continuing the same thing, eugenics.
You know, if you take the word ego,
if they can't stop babies from being born, then they'll just kill people off, and that's what the goal is.
Right, and you mentioned eugenics. Eugenics started in the book of Genesis with Adam and Eve. They were two of the first genetically spliced humanoids that came into beings that were granted into existence.
When he said he took a rib, they took the genetics out. Right?
Right. And what else did they say? They said, let us make man in our image. So that was the Anunnaki. That was these eugenists splicing and grafting different beings into existence. So that was the beginning of eugenics. And they still doing it to this day underground. Outside of the ice wall, they got a whole landmass called the land of the clones. Make it make sense.
We need to take them out, put them in the land of the bones.
I'm being so serious, man. When I seen that, I said, "Oh shit!" They got a whole landmass called the land of the clones outside of the ice wall.
Man, I wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, the extraterritorial, the extraterrestrial, the Earth, planet Kai, Tiamat, the landmass is infinite. It keeps going on. Y'all already know we stuck inside this little bit of old jurisdiction here. Inside this little bit of old ice wall, it's infinite. We used to be able to go to all those different places outside the ice wall until they trapped us in here.
I think that's why they balled us up. But it ain't a regular ball. It's the BAAL. And if you look at the definition of the ruler ball, the deity, it means ruler or controller or something like that. So it fit the whole concept of a ball, putting us on a ball. They took us out of the ball. We were in the cosmic egg. They took us out and put us on the shell of it.
Right.
In our minds. So I said the globe is just a cage for the mind.
Facts, man. That makes total sense. Yep. And majority of the masses don't know. They think I traveled the world. I went to Cancun. I went to Eurasia. Man, it's so much outside of the ice wall. It's so much to see. So much, like we just, but like I said earlier, they are aware that we in here, and we are aware of them. We are aware of them outside of the ice wall, because we were all one at one time. We still all one. We lost communication with each other.
Tell you, I can smell this damn Axe body spray from two blocks away. The fucking shit reeks.
Yeah, I be hating. Yeah, people be wearing that shit, man. It's like they put the whole bottle on, man. That shit be stinking. Them be demons, though, I believe, man. They be putting all that goddamn cologne on.
Yeah, it's this new apartment block that went up across the back lane from me. It's full of agents. I don't know what the hell they are, but they're coming and going at all hours. I don't know what the hell they're doing. If they're selling meth or if they're fellatio on wheels, I don't know what the hell they are.
Yeah, man, that's crazy. 2 Mercury.
I'm kind of conflicted on whether to get some weed and make myself useless or just be miserable and not have any weed.
Yeah, I should smoke all the time, man. You know. But yeah, hey Charles, man, I appreciate you having me on, man. I gotta get going. I gotta go run my business, man. I stayed on longer than what I wanted to. I appreciate you having me on, man. I appreciate you a palm in the face too, man. Appreciate y'all.
Yeah, good talking to you. We'll see. We'll talk again.
Yeah, man. I'll most definitely be back on. Peace and love. I'm out.
Stay out of trouble out there in the world.
Yeah, I will, man. Be easy.
Damn, I was muted. I'm trying to say peace to him, and I've been muted this whole time like a ding dong. I said he's gonna make 10 grand today, and I was trying to say thanks for coming up. Was I muted that whole time? Jeez, man. That's what happens when you get stoned. I was looking up how to remove mercury from a mercury filling from a tooth, and then it was explaining that it's poisonous, and I want to check it out because I had fillings in my mouth that were metal. When you would bite the aluminum, oh man. And I think personally, I remember the cavity I had. I remember the pain I was in when I had a cavity. My tooth broke when I was young, and I remember him drilling it and putting this stupid metal filling, and I think it fucked my teeth up more. These metal fillings are terrible.
Silver amalgam. I guess it's a blend of different metals. I have a bunch of that shit in my mouth too.
I'm hiding that sulfur smell. Peace, Dom. Let's see, where was I? I was trying to. Uh-oh. Yeah, they've been active today here too. The police and ambulances all morning.
I think half the time they're just gaslighting us. Like during the lockdown, they were fucking ambulances going by at low speed with their siren on. I'm looking for a white Bronco. Where the hell's O.J. Simpson with his low speed chase?
Truth Zone. He's cool, man. I'm glad he had found my channel.
What was his name before? What was the name of his channel before?
I forgot. I know he mentioned it.
He sounds familiar. I'm not sure if he was on Huey P's or Red Squid before. And Sir Drop.
That's not true. Look within. You'll get your wrench back. I said people who don't have them didn't do anything wrong. I'm trying to figure stuff out of who's been fucking with my channel. But now that I say it, it's probably gonna be it's all right. They'll get rocked back to sleep. But I'm pretty sure I took care of the problem already though. I'm just waiting a little longer. It's sad that people act childish, but I can't control what people do on. Well, I can, but more or less, I can't control their actions.
Yeah, well, all people are children, aren't they?
Look within. And you know what's crazy too? Hold on, maybe I never took. Look, I don't think I ever took because Axis didn't have a wrench yesterday when you came. And I noticed it, and I'm like, what? I've never took an Axis's wrench off, so, you know, I
Maybe it's
started
just a
thinking,
different. Maybe it's just a different account of his.
but no, I looked. When I looked at who's wrenched up on my channel, because I wanted to see if more people were being blocked, because I had like 8 or 9 people blocked or something, and hidden comments like crazy. So these people were like, Chuck, you know, answer my comment or this and that, and I had so much hidden stuff, and I'm looking at who, because you can see there's 2 different types of wrenches, right? And it shows you who every channel
is snatching comments. Like,
yeah, they're hiding comments. If you hide somebody, because you can do that with a wrench. And I had tons of people hidden. Even if it wasn't for Joe King, you know, someone had a lot of people actually. I was wondering where they were. Some were hidden.
Did they come back after you unhid them?
One person, yeah, because Joe King. I forgot his name, man. There's so many people I gotta remember. I got a headache. Hold on. I have his music on my channel though. He makes music. I got his song right here. Me and Morgan. Angels Around Me.
Watching all the clocks run backwards, slowly choking out my lungs, throwing all the stones around me.
Alright. But that's his song. He makes music. I forgot the name of his channel, man. It's messed up, right? I think it's called Angels Around Me. But yeah, he was hidden. And he even told me, he said, man, when he found out he was hidden, yeah, told me he was thinking, what did I do wrong? And I'm like, nothing, you know. There's a lot of talent, man. A lot of people who do work that I like doing too. Electrician, plumbing. I think Joe King does plumbing and HVAC. And then Dom had mentioned electrician. Shit, I do it all. I'm not a master though. Definitely not a master electrician or a master plumber, but I know the basics. I could do sinks and toilets and I'm pretty sure running pipe isn't hard either. I've removed things called in the basement. Taught me a few tricks with HVAC and plumbing because they're one and the same. They align. You need plumbing to run the HVAC. Kimba's chilling. Kimba don't want to deal with the headaches.
Can you hear me, Charles?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes when we in a commercial building we have concrete block walls, and I've got plumbing and electrical inside the wall, right? So I have to install the pipes and the fixtures right into my wall. But the trouble is that a lot of people don't know, if you have galvanized touching copper inside the wall, like if you have a galvanized conduit touching a copper pipe, it causes a reaction, and it'll actually eat away that copper pipe inside the wall.
Huh.
Even the galvanized wire we put in to reinforce the concrete block wall, it should not be touching the copper inside the wall, but it probably is all the time. It's probably the basis of a lot of problems.
Yeah, I couldn't do that job, Dom. I have too much of a conscience now. Maybe when I was younger and angry, it would have been a real good job. I was more on point then. No, I got to take that back. But you have to be in a certain mind state
Today,
to do that
Chuck,
type of work.
they want people who don't know what they're doing. They don't want people who know what they're doing. They want people who don't know what they're doing. That's the trouble today.
They can take advantage of them. That's why.
So they can just build this shit.
I've noticed that. And when you get a job, they want yes people too, that'll kiss ass and not stand up for themselves.
Yeah, they have
like
safety
people who don't
training.
speak up when they're being taken advantage of.
You do safety training, and then you sign something so that when you get hurt, it's your fault. Because you took the safety training. You should have known better.
There ain't no good benefits in that job. What, some money? But that individual's got to live with all that pain he's caused. And if a person could live with that their whole life, doing that to people, and because I know they have nightmares. I don't care what anyone says. And yeah, that's the only thing good about that job is the money, and that could be made other places. You got to be a one heartless motherfucker to do that type of work. You got to just not care.
That's why I hated being a foreman. Because
I was talking about being a hitman.
Oh.
Them jobs doing that type of work is cement work is maybe nowadays it's probably a lot easier because of more technology and stuff. Not a lot of lifting, but
it depends on who you're working with too.
Yeah, that's true.
If you're working with assholes, you got to watch your back all the time. It's very stressful. But if you're working with people who actually care about you, and you can tell, it's 100% difference. I mean, even if someone's out to get you, it's almost not as bad as working with someone who doesn't care. If you're working with someone who doesn't care and there's a danger, they don't care if the danger gets you.
Yeah, if a person that's working that type of work don't care, it's going to show in the work too, which you can't afford, especially on job sites when, imagine them doing framing and they're just like lazy and don't care, and then they fucking make the frame weak in a certain area. I loved carpentry. Out of all the that and painting, commercial or residential, but roofing was treacherous. I ain't even gonna front. Treacherous, and most of the time I was stuck on the ground. So I would rip the roof off and then have to pick it all up with tarps and I mean, dude, it's treacherous. And then bring shingles up. That's a treacherous job. Sheetrock is treacherous too in ways, but you got to be a good taper and sheetrock cutter where you ain't fucking wasting sheetrock. Yeah, to get drunk. Yeah, I worked with people that did their thing before work in many different ways. One guy that I worked with was a fucking master at his work. I shit you not. But he had an anchor, man. It was heroin because of Percocets and stuff. This was in like 2000 and that was before I got locked. It was 2000 and six, five, somewhere around there. I was doing a roof my first time where they were swinging trusts in on cranes. It's the first time I ever did it, and I had to walk on the foundation, the cement foundation that was just cement blocks. It was going to be a garage. They were swinging the truss, and I was already scared of heights. This thing was high as shit, and but I needed the money. It's a treacherous job. Roofing.
Oh, Dom's got Pepe Le Pew now.
Yeah. That guy was skillful, man, when he had his stuff. But when he was sick, he was worthless. That sucks, because he was good.
I had a guy, he was a heroin addict, and he wanted me to drop a block on his foot so he could go on compensation. Can you hear me?
So he could get some pain meds? Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, so he could go on compensation.
Then
and I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. And listen, I'll tell you what he did to go on compensation. You know the scaffolds where you got the pins in the top of the scaffold where the next scaffold slides on?
Yeah.
Well, he put his thumb in the hole in the top of the scaffold, and then he jumped. So he just mangled his hand so he could go on compensation.
That's desperate shit, man.
Yeah, that's
what was going through that guy's mind.
Yeah, and he'd rather mangle himself than be a bricklayer's helper.
Hey, Dom, what's up? Thanks for you handled that situation well yesterday.
I tried.
I appreciate it.
I said jokingly this, Charles, about being a hit person, but how many people that join the military are they not actually signing up to do that?
Yeah, that's true. People join the military just for that because they that's what they want to do. Hurt
whether
people.
They know it, whether they know it or not, more times than not, they're probably just working to represent a corporation, whether they know it or not. But you're literally putting oneself in harm's way with the possibility of harming another human being, regardless of whose flag or. Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead, please.
Some believe the hospital so they can kill people.
R2D2.
Your robot
here. She killed a whole bunch of people. She killed a whole bunch of people. I don't know if you heard of her, Wettlaufer. She killed a bunch of people by giving them insulin overdoses. And she went on for years killing people like crazy in the hospital till they finally caught her. I wonder how many people like that are still in there killing people.
Well, we have euthanasia. I don't know if you have where you are, Faceplant, in your part of Canada. We have like the maid service. So I think it's called the maid service, where they administrate and will kill you basically in a subtle way. Well, it's not even subtle.
Yeah, you mean care.
I guess where I was going with that is people will do things for some sort of reward. People that used to hang people or behead people, there is people that will do that stuff. Now, whether or not that brings on, let's say, future karma, don't know. That's why I said I was just joking about it, but I was actually in that gist, saying that a lot of people are already doing that, whether they're aware of it or not, or at least putting themselves in a position that they would harm another human being.
And another treacherous job in the summer is landscaping. I would come home roasted in the heat.
Dom, I noticed it sounds like you have a bit of an accent to me. Was you born in Canada or?
Yeah,
He lives in
Canada. I was raised and born in Canada, but both my parents initially, before they moved when they were very young, they came from Italy.
You came from where?
Italy.
Oh.
But for me, I was raised and born in, you might know where it is, Oshawa, near Toronto.
People don't. You're alive less time than you're dead.
How so, Charles? Sorry.
I meant in the flesh in this realm. You know, your existence in this realm is short.
Yes.
So your body, when you leave the avatar, your body is dead, infinite. It's gone forever. But I gotta find that story. I said it the other day of this creator was bored one day and created a whole bunch of versions of people. But he made the people so they had to learn stuff. He didn't make them all knowing and all powerful. And it was like because he was bored one day. But it's like he made thousands of versions of himself. But, you know, you gotta find that story. It's interesting. Those Asian stories are pretty interesting. Damn, am I bugging? Okay. I thought I might have booted him off by an accident. Man, fuck that. Cut fingers off? Cause now you're gonna sue him, but it ain't even sure that you're gonna get paid. 2 fingers? Man, depending what 2 fingers they are. I'm straight. I need my fingers. Man, I'm about to jump off of here. I'm gonna jump off of here in like 10 minutes, 15 minutes.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me, Chuck. I gotta go do some stuff too.
Thanks for coming up, Faceplant.
Try to be
Appreciate it.
real today a little bit.
Yeah, it's nice out here today, but it's hot again.
Yeah, it was nice and cool here the last couple nights, but it's gonna be hot today. I got some cool air trapped in the house. So everybody have a great day.
You too, Faceplant. What's up, JG?
I converted to Zionism.
Isn't that a Jewish religion?
I'm
Don't they
Jewish now,
wear
man.
they wear a box on their forehead, right? Zionism. I'm trying to remember what Zionism is.
You know, Donald Trump, he's a big inspiration to
Yeah.
me. You know, Donald, Judaism,
They don't die.
towards the Jews. I'm trying to be like Donald, you know. You got to get with the times, you know, do what Donnie's doing.
Zionism. People are already putting pictures of Trump with Jesus. They're saying Trump's the new Jesus. That's wild. That's going way overboard. It blows my mind, man, how people need a savior when we
Yeah,
can save
people,
ourselves.
they really think Donald Trump is a savior. They think he's Christian. They think he's this great guy. It's complete opposite. Everything Donald's saying he's about, it's the complete opposite, man. He's active. Donald
He's
and
gonna be the
Biden, they're puppets. Trump has
he's
more
gonna
support for the Jews and from the Jews.
yeah. It's definitely cultish and people I don't know. I tried to tell a lot of Trump people when he got played by Biden. Now they think all these people are being put in Guantanamo Bay. Like, come on, man. I need some hardcore evidence for that type of stuff.
L'chaim.
How do you say that in Jewish? Shalom. Shalom. All praise is due to Allah.
We are the Goyim.
All praises to Jesus Christ. People will praise anything except the two parents who gave them life. They'll smack their mother and say, Jesus save me. Wild shit. But I'm crazy. No
The world's
disrespect
crazy.
to nobody. But that's how I see it. Sometimes, the way I see things, I think being blind would be better sometimes.
Well, I mean, I try to drink myself to dull me down.
To oblivion?
Yeah, I
I'm
mean,
drinking
shit, I
myself
really
to
do. Just drink,
oblivion.
drink, just to fucking escape, just to dumb myself down, and that got me. That just made it worse.
Yeah, I've been there. Drinking E&J, fucking Old English 40s. Nah, that was when I was super young. But Crown Royal and fucking whiskey and shit. Wake up with a thumping headache.
Yeah, the worst part is being a conscious alcoholic. When I was drinking all the time, I was still very conscious. That's like jerking off with sandpaper, you know.
Damn, that's ruthless.
Yeah.
I don't think alcohol is truly like all bad, but cause drinking here and there. I haven't drank in probably 15 years, but if people have drinks here and there, there's nothing wrong with that. I personally don't, because I know one will turn into 1,000. I got to go all out.
Right.
It's just the way it is.
Well, for a lot of us, alcohol becomes insanity. You know, some people can have a beer, and that's how they've always been, because that they're strong.
Alcohol is not the problem, it's the individual. It's like people say guns are the problem. No, it's the individual with a gun.
Yeah, but I mean, alcohol really is fucking. It's just, it's wicked, man. Like marijuana compared to alcohol, even though you can have, you know, discipline and control over alcohol, it's still fucking terrible.
Peace, Hurricane JW. I have an addiction. My new addiction, because I have an addictive personality. No, I don't know. I don't even know the definition of that, but my new addiction is finding who I am and elevating my mind state. Just elevation, period, put it that way. Finding that inner peace. Yeah, overuse of anything. Anything could be an addiction. But then the definition of an addiction is the abuse of something, right? So what if someone has repetition and they're constantly doing things every day in a repetitious form? Is that abuse? Is that an addiction? The need to conquer something and master it, does that become an addiction? Because you have to use repetition for that. You got to be consistent. You have to be, what's the word I'm looking for?
Persistent.
Yeah, or more or less, word starts with a D, man. Disciplined. Damn, brain, work. What's up, Dom? Dom's in the state of observation, not conversation.
No, I'm here, Charles. Hey, JG.
So
you got to tell people, I'm not with the conversation. I'm in my state of observation.
The observer.
Right.
Observing from within, as I'm hearing from without. So what are some of the classic dependencies or addictions? Smoking, drinking, overeating, chemical release from sex. So if we abuse it, meaning that we give up all the other dependencies for those, what is that really saying to us? You know, especially when a lot of this stuff has been manipulated, like liquor in its purest form, like beer with brewer's yeast, could be useful. Same with tobacco. But if they've manipulated it, isn't it confusing the body thinking, well, it doesn't harm me, so maybe I'll have more of it. And then, of course, then you can associate some of the emotions that to each of those. For some people, it becomes a crutch. It's like even now, they haven't really truly manipulated weed yet, even though they get people to, they're manipulating the females opposed to the male plants. But if they start putting chemicals in it, would that not actually make people confused, or at least the body anyway?
I know, I just wrote that down. Hurricane JW. That's crazy. So that's a bar. Yeah, I'm gonna form it into one. When I said it, it sounds corny to some, but if they get it, being in a state of observation, I love it. I really don't like talking. I just like listening and watching. That's weird, right? I'm a what are them people called that be just observing people? They say they're weird. Um, not a, yeah, peeping Tom. No, imagine that shit, man. One day you look out your window and somebody's observing you. And you're like, dude, what are you looking at? And they're like, just observing.
Mm-hmm. Well, aren't we doing that, Charles? When you watch sports, you're observing.
That's true.
You know, anything you're observing. TV, you're observing. You know, you might be doing something you'd be hearing when you're hearing music, but if you're watching it like a live band, you're also observing. But that's in training the external observation, opposed to the internal observation. When you have those moments of aha or reflection or insight or intuition, now you're actually listening to something from within. This is partly what schooling does. School distracts us by trying to put things into us as opposed to bringing out. And then there's something called the observed, being observed, the observer observing. This is a little bit when you start going a little bit beyond the know thyself ideal. You know, to know the knower and the self, you just become aware that those are both programs. And then you go to the observed, and then you go to the observed, observing the observed, and then you realize you're just living in the material realm. Then you start seeing it for what it really is. Then all the shit that you've learned to that point, throw it out the door.
It's just sad that, you know, I think about people in general who pass away so young. They haven't had a chance to find out who they are, master themselves, and more or less prepare for what's to come after here, if that's the case. But it's a savage place, man. It looks innocent when we're young, but it's fucking savage. It'll eat you whole if you can't manage.
Well, you have to do calculation a little bit. If you're going to, and I think it's you can pose that, you know, it's sad for people that are young because they never have a chance to become aware. But then you have to gauge it. There's a lot of people that are very old or older. And once you start asking questions or observing how they talk, you realize most of them are asleep. So why would we assume that somebody that died young would be any different, especially when the math points towards they would probably be just asleep as anybody else as they get older. You know, most people that are older, what they classified as wisdom is from all the hard knocks of life. So for them, wisdom is I became a diabetic or I got cancer from smoking. Well, then that's a different type of wisdom then. Yeah, that's like saying I'm the one that's going to do all skydiving without a parachute, putting my hands on a stove. So I'm going to be the wisest. But then
with an automatic, semi-automatic weapon.
Yeah. And that's what elderlies usually talk about when they say wisdom. They're actually just talking about their pride. I've done all this stuff. I say, yeah, but isn't it about prevention then? Like if I saw a bunch of people put their hands on the stove and I'm the only one that's thinking, nah, I'm not going to put my hands on the stove. Would I be the one that's kind of wise at that point? Because there's only so much you can do in one lifespan. Especially when you realize you're observing way more than you've ever experienced. And even that, some people, what they call experience, they're talking about movements of things like material. But every time you use a word, that's an experience. Every time you have an emotion, that's an experience. It will manifest itself into the physical, but a lot of people can have an emotion without ever having to express it.
What do you think about, I seen a video yesterday of this gentleman the schizophrenic, they call it, and he was hearing voices, and the voices would tell him to hurt people and do away with them. And the guy said, he says, I think actually it was Geraldo that was interviewing him. Could be wrong, don't matter. And he told him, I hope you never leave this place. And dude answered him and said, I hope I never do either. So whatever was going on in the guy's mind, he knew. Don't let me out of here.
Well, there's different people with schizophrenia. There's people that are somewhat aware, and there's other people that are just kind of deformed, or they have some sort of deficiency. It'll be no different than somebody receiving a message from a walkie-talkie or a cell phone. It's just a lot of us are just becoming aware. If you saw somebody, Charles, walking down the street and you didn't realize he had an earpiece on and he's talking, would you think that he's talking to somebody?
No, I actually went through that before. When they first started coming out, I see someone walking on the street and I thought they were talking to themselves, and I realized they had an earbud in. I was like, damn.
So let's say some people have the ability, they can communicate with the unknown energy. Again, this goes back to Wi-Fi. Who gave us this technology? We're talking about tapping different. It's not like in the old days where people would have like a garage door opener and you'd open up yours and the neighbors would open. Those are different types of frequency. We're talking about frequency that I have a designated frequency for my cell phone that you don't have. So people are going to eventually become aware. I see auras. I can communicate with what some people might call the dead, or these are the exact people that these people have been saying they've been talking to, all these voices. Nobody just ever told them how to hone in on that craft. Some people would call those people seers or shamans or mystics. Again, this is the dumbed down version of us that are actually coining all these people. There's schizophrenic. He has ADHD. He has autism. He has Asperger's. That's their language. That's more dumbed down terms. And then the people will go on, oh yeah, I have Asperger. No, you're parroting a word. What gift
you said Asperger?
I think it's called Asperger. Asperger. It's an intermix between autism and Asperger. They're different, but especially when you become an adult, people have some of these. But again, I'm using their lingual. In this case, their medical lingual. Where other people in past would have called those people seers, shamans, mystics, witches, warlocks, wizards. And people would have praised those people opposed to, feeling sorry for them. But if you start talking to some of these individuals that are autism, you realize, wow, you have an amazing mind. Or you get that person that has the right kind of plant-based substance that they're taking, and they have schizophrenia. Wow, you're really communicating with the unknown. People don't realize how much they prejudge before they even hear things.
We're all schizophrenic.
To a certain point. I can't say all of us, Charles. I can't say I am.
They say the definition of schizophrenia is hearing voices. So every single person hears a voice in their mind.
Well, I guess unless you lose your ears, you're going to hear something. It goes back to weird thoughts. We're receiving thoughts. Now, it's like hearing somebody having a ringing, or somebody that does mantras long enough. You'll eventually embody that frequency inside of you.
There's no true diagnostic test for schizophrenia.
True.
So a psychiatrist basically evaluates this person. The psychiatrist will evaluate somebody and just say, hey, he's schizophrenic.
Yeah, that's true, Judge. And they'll give you a whole bunch of other scenarios, so they'll try to group them all together. Well, you must have this, and that. And these are all the different medicines you can have with all the side effects.
I think some people, their unconscious literally fucks with them so bad to the point where they get, labeled schizophrenic.
Mm-hmm.
The unconscious really fucks people up. I was reading last week.
Mm-hmm. In the old days, they would say you have a demon in you, and then they say, well, we have to do lobotomy on you, and then your parents sign off on that crap. And then they use religion against it. Yeah, Satan's talking through you. Oh, okay, so maybe we need to know, what is Satan saying?
Yeah, I'm tired of hearing about demons. I just wanted to vent that out. No, seriously. I mean, it's the mind and the psyche is way more complex, and people would just say, "Oh yeah, the guy's got demons." It's just it's easy dismiss, right? It's just like that's that adolescent mentality, like, oh, that guy's got he's the boogeyman. Like, it's the same shit. Like, get deeper, man, get deeper.
Unless they want to entertain the idea that maybe when they talk about demons, they're talking about maybe us, the ego, whatever. But for most people, they talk like as though it's somebody else's fault. It must be a demon. I said, okay, so that's still excusing one's behavior.
Right. And these Trump tards, right? They don't realize they're being finessed by a fucking piece
magician.
Of shit. Like, yeah.
He's good at his craft. He's good at he's good with his. Damn, how'd I put it? He's a magician, man. He's good with his craft, with manipulation.
Yeah, but it's like what the people don't understand. They're not conscious.
He uses his power as well.
Like, it's deeper than demons. It's deeper. It's deeper than Trump. It's deeper than demons. It's deeper than Trump.
Thanks, Hurricane. JW. Yeah, man, I want to make a track. I write every day, but not everything will make it onto a beat.
I'm gonna drop out of here. I'm really better at just slowly thinking than trying to think in a conversation.
All right, JG.
Later, JG.
Maybe it's better he goes and sits in silence.
Well, there will be a barrage for the next couple of weeks anyway, and people will do the mimicking or parroting of whatever just recent events that have happened. Like, think about how long the flat Earth and the globe has been going on. Like, it's been going on for way too long. It'd be different if when people used to talk about the ones that were actually making cute awareness about, giant trees maybe, or looking a lot of rocks, whatever, see how quickly YouTube squashed that. But when it comes to flat Earth, the reason why it keeps alive is because they're probably the ones that fueled it. Keep them distracted. Whether or not those things do exist, keep them distracted. So this thing with just recently with the ear man, this will go on for a bit, and it'll be like everything else. It'll be a distracting as they're moving some other agenda along. Whether or not it's true or not, that's where I'll entertain whether they did or didn't go to the moon, opposed to most people say, well, I think they didn't, and the other person says they didn't. Why don't you put them in the same room? Why don't you entertain the idea? Let's say they did go to the moon. How does that serve the rest of us? It doesn't. Let's say they didn't go to the moon. How does it serve us? It still doesn't. Those are very simple. Talking to a kid in the playground. Hey, guys, would you care whether or not your dad cares if it's a flat Earth or a globe? Not really. I'm just playing basketball. And that's the end of the conversation. But people have to prove a point. Isn't this what religion does?
Yeah.
You ever try to have a conversation with a Christian that is a fundamentalist Christian? Same with a
Yeah.
fundamentalist flat Earth or globalist.
You got to answer for everything.
Sure. Well, they'll justify anything, and then they'll start telling me shit like, well, NASA, this and that. I said, aren't you using the same information from NASA to prove it's a flat Earth too? Well, yeah. Once again, how does it serve? I'm sitting here. I'm like, I'm using my visual senses, and I know my visual senses, sorry, most all my senses could easily be misled. I see so much stuff here, and I don't see nothing up there. If there was not two balls up in the sky, what would they compare it to? This is the game. And then you get somebody else. Well, Dom, I'm a stooge, and I think it's a globe. Okay, at that point, let them go at it. You know, and then people get airspace to this kind of
I
stuff.
never look at it like that.
Well, because most
And
people
even
don't.
I've been there trying to prove a point, and then I ask myself, why the fuck am I trying to prove a point?
Mm-hmm. Well, Charles, I'll give you
If I
an
gotta
example.
prove it to myself, why even speak about it?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll give you a simple breakdown how everything, a lot of things are interwebbed with each other. So somebody said, let's say hypothetically, we don't like the government. If a person does enough research and realize there's other players behind the government, and let's say me and you enjoy music, we like the instruments that we use, our 24 track and all that, but yet we don't like the government. Well, if we don't like the government and we don't like the people behind the government, which is corporations, and those corporations are the same people that make our instruments, do you see the hypocrisy now?
Yeah.
That's how it is. This is why when people pick and choose what they want to argue, that is what divide and conquer is all about. We'll give you the illusion there's a truth, which it could be. We'll give you the illusion there's a deception, could be. They're not somebody that turn around and say, what about if I take all that in myself? I said, then you're going to be you. Most people aren't going to do that. What they're going to do is they're going to cult up on a side. And then they'll defend it and attack it. And once they realize, I don't got enough leg with that on board, they'll pick the other side, or then they'll get distracted with something else. And that is what's called a useless mouth breather. Walking Dead. Opposed to just observing it for what it is. This is interesting.
It's about to say, it's better being an observer than partaking in everything.
Well, we're always going to partake in it, Charles. That's a given. You know, this is where I'm okay with talking from the point of view of a hypocrite. I'm okay. I don't need to be moved from my position. Meaning that if somebody said, well, Dominic, I said, no, I've already done the research for me. I already know I'm talking from this position where there is no answer. It's the person that thinks there's an answer. I said, so how do you explain to yourself that the system is corrupt or you're living in this realm when you're using the same fucking language that was programmed in you to try to explain it? It's a mind fuck at that game. And that's exactly what people do. They fuck with the mind. And then once they realize, oh, fuck, I've been cornered, they come up fighting. I'm like, isn't that interesting? A self-absorbed person for the first time fucking got one little veil removed, and now you feel pissed off. Fuck, you should have been pissed off way before you heard what I had to say. With oneself, not with others. Because given anybody of us, I don't care who you are in the panel or chat, you were raised in that system, you would be doing no fucking different. And if for whatever reason you thought, well, I had an awakening and I'm from an elite family and I think I can change, they would be laughing at you. I said, good luck fucking trying to convince the masses of that shit. They'll actually hang you for that. Not the elites, the masses will. Dare not tell a bunch of flat earthers, well, what happened if it's not flat earth or it's fucking a globe? Oh, you don't know what you're talking about, Dom. Are you sure you don't know what you're talking about? I talk to most people like they're 5 years old, Charles.
I'm hypocritical too in life at some stuff. And this guy proved how America's hypocritical. He went to a rally and he was flying a Saudi Arabian flag. And the you know, these ladies come up to him and told him, you can't fly that here. This is America. And, you know, he was showing the hypocrisy in a free country where, you know, there's so much hypocritical shit. You know, he was showing that these people scream freedom and stuff, but they'll tell you you can't fly that flag. Stuff like that, man. The guy's awesome.
Well, here's a fun one. People that openly admit that they're a Christian. I said, you read your Bible, right? Regardless of if that's a true story or not. Didn't Jesus says the one that has not committed the first sin to throw the first stone? Which one are able to do that? Or another one, if your son's a Christian, but yet he's joined the military, is he working for Barabbas or is he with Jesus? Based on the whole Christians. I'm not saying I profess either way, But it's the ones that go around openly admitting, I'm a Christian. I said, well, then the onus is on you now. What's your behavior? What's your hypocrisy? I'll entertain it. Like Charles, I'll openly. Go ahead, Charles.
All them deities are the same deity. They just give it different names so people worship it, trick them.
That could be it, Charles, but that's still too far ahead. We're talking about each individual person. It'll be like somebody saying to me, Dom, Hitler made me do that. I said, no, he didn't. Well, the commander did. No, he didn't. What do you mean? I said, who was the last person that actually killed that other person? Well, it was me. I said, you're accountable first. We can only work backwards until you openly admit your shit. And this is why when people talk about entities, yeah, they do. They probably could exist. But where's the onus on the person that's speaking?
Yeah, they made the decision to kill just because they were told to. They didn't have to.
No different guy that says he's a Christian. No different guy that says, hey, Dom, I'm a democracy guy. Then why the fuck are you talking about communism then? If people really understood the only system that would actually work, in theory, is communism. The reason why none of them work is because of human factors. Democracy will never work. Capitalism will never work. Now, somebody said, yeah, but capitalism work. I said, so let me understand this. If I print enough money and have a military with that money, I can make Marxism work, liberalism work, but for how long? Because eventually humans would fucking waver. It's like going to a restaurant, Charles. How many people go from one restaurant to another restaurant? Or they go from one club to another club? People waver. You know, democracy only works because people believe in that shit. Communism only works.
How about all the places in the country that are fronts too? They're not even real businesses. They're front. Like in New York, a lot of skyscrapers aren't even people in them. They're all empty. They're front.
Yeah. And they still collect rent from the government. That's the best property to own. Actually, not property in this case. The best building to own. I even got to make sure because we don't own property. So here in Canada, there's many government units that are vacant, but they're still collecting rent. Or in this case, they're paying rent. So the government's paying themselves $2,000-$3,000 a month for units that are empty, and we're talking like 10,000-15,000 units. And if you're in the housing business, I have no tenants in there. They don't have to waste water. They don't have to damage nothing. That's a good gig. Then people wonder, well, where we get our deficit? Because every time they print it, yeah, but what about all the money they're collecting from the citizens? That doesn't go to you. That's collected by the governments, like back into Robin Hood. Hey, TZ.
It's true song.
Yeah, TZ. Apologies.
Oh, I thought you said JG. My fault.
Oh no, I always bastard, so I apologize anyway. Hey, Truth. It's a fun game. It's a fun game, and we're all in it.
Yeah.
But you know, Charles, if you want to be entertained by Trump, you know, and when that wears out, you might as well just pick another political leader in another part of the world, whether it's the British leader or the chancellor or one of the dictators. It's all entertainment. Like, was it Putin? Was he KGB? You know, and the Green Boy, the guy from Ukraine. I think he was a comedian. You know, again, these are the stories that they tell us. Now, would the American citizens leave their country if they found out their country's finances has been broke for 10, 15 years? Hence why Trump, as a stick figure, let's build the wall to keep people out or keep people in.
I wonder why True Song isn't, he's buffering.
Mm-hmm. Do you remember when Obama was president and they had him just as a stick figure because they actually had Biden behind him the whole time? How many trillions of dollars went missing? And he would be talking about the medical system. They would openly talk about it, not always in the media, but they would talk about it. thousands and thousands of laws would have to be changed, policies would have to be changed to even implement that health plan, especially when the military counts on a lot of the citizens coming to them for free education. It's never free. And for for medical coverage.
Imagine that. You join the military thinking it's sweet. I'm going to get me an education. Boom, you die in war. Whoop.
Well, it depends what position you are. This is why they have prisoners of war with the United Nations. If, Charles, they're spending a lot of resources as a pilot, they're going to want you back in exchange, trading for another pilot from another country, because all wars, all military are fueled by the Federal Reserve. All of them. Not a single one is being fueled by an independent. So when people start, they openly give us numbers. How many billions of dollars go to Iraq or Iran, to Russia, to Ukraine, to Europe, to America?
That's a shame that the government takes better care of other countries than, and I believe most of that don't even really happen. I think they pocket some of that, but that's my opinion.
Okay, but Charles, I'll go with that. I'm talking about the fiat currency. That has nothing to do with your country.
Oh, fiat currency?
Federal Reserve have nothing to do with the USA. And even that's a technical slippage of words. USA, in this case, is actually Washington, D.C. So that has nothing to do with it. That's why American could go broke. Federal Reserve is just a branch. That's why when you have the yen, the ruble, the euro, all these currencies, that's Federal Reserve.
What year was it the U.S. signed it so somebody else could print their money, if I'm not mistaken? Or something happened where they signed something, and when the banks came into play.
Mm-hmm. Probably during the Baron.
Didn't they start printing the money for the U.S.? It was like 1936? Somewhere in there. Maybe earlier. Mm-hmm. But either way, that's when it was fucked up.
Well, history's repeating themselves. I think they really removed the gold in 1933, and then when Nixon came along, they just forced the rest of the countries now, instead of having gold reserves, to have to play with fiat currency. So in a way, America, not American citizen, but America's holding the rest of the world hostage, because internationally you have to trade with their currency, or you got to play with a bigger fluffed up currency, which is the British pound. For me, not knowing a little bit of international trade, if I was going to do business with somebody in another part of the world, I'm going to hedge or spot currency of American currency, because that's
wild.
Go ahead.
No, sorry, Dom. I didn't mean to interrupt. I was just thinking out loud about, you said Britain, because they really are the ones that are controlling here, and they got bases all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
Every fucking country almost, they got bases.
Canada would never be invaded by America, because we've had a standing British military for 40 years, and it's big. People think for some reason the Canadian military is small. I said, because you don't got a fucking clue. The British military is everywhere here in America. I mean, in Canada. They just don't go show them. They don't go around telling people where the CIA is, KGB are.
America's the whore of Babylon. She's everybody's country.
Yeah. To a certain point, it's not to make disc on the citizens. You just happen to be in the empire that's actually collapsing. They've already done a lot of work in Dubai. They're doing the moving with Russia and China. They're just moving ship. That's all. I went from Rome to Yorkshire, England, to New York. When they tore down those two buildings, World Bank, we're starting. But the masses will just go on talking about, those poor buildings and all that. And then you get some people theorizing, which could be true, where it's like, but they must have bombed it. Yeah, of course they did. They honestly think that they give a shit about America. Fuck, if 30 people got killed in America tomorrow, they wouldn't give a shit. They'd make a story behind it. That's what they did with Russia, with the Tsar's family. And America, if there ever was a major war, a lot of countries would say to America, you're fucked. Because they've done a lot of stuff. You go into another, not you guys, Charles, so please don't take this as one pointing on American citizens. But when you have a country that's being held accountable, when you go into all these other countries' land, that's an invasion, and people don't forget that shit.
Yeah, no, and that's why I'm big on F them, the GOV, because and it just blows my mind, a lot of stuff. But what can you do?
No, well, you just observe it, Charles, for what it is. Realize you're within a vessel, and that's it. Outside of that, it's just you're just observing the outside world from an inside view. You know, if people get attached to that vessel, then be prepared to take some of those illusions. Oh, they're going to kill me. I said, excuse me? My mistake. I need to ask this dumb question. What are they going to kill? You know, what thought are you having? I get it when people say they want to be aware. I said, no, you're not even fucking scratching the surface yet. All those indoctrinations, I can call them attachments. And then people defend that shit. Oh, America, we have all these guns. I'm just using that as an example. All these guns. I said, have you fasted for 30 days? What do you mean, Don? Well, if they stop bringing all those 18-wheelers into all those grocery stores, what would you need? What use would that gun be for you? Would you know how to shoot an animal, let alone skin it alive? Or skin it, sorry?
I think that's going to be their move, man. That's all they have to do. And we're fucked.
Well, not fucked. It's just move on. Business as usual, Charles. They do that in other countries. Where was America and Canada and Europe when?
But I just want to add, how many animals can people hunt before they're all gone? It's scarce. You know, imagine all these people in all these countries hunting. There'd be nothing left to hunt after a while. And most people don't even know how to farm.
Well, The Walking Dead would be something where they just isolate a country. In this case, America would be isolated. And the Americans would think, oh, I don't know what's going on in another part of the world. I'd say, yeah, because you're in all your little games here, whatever, and you guys are just going to kill each other. You know, you're going to be chasing down for another Pepsi or a Coke, which was never healthy in the first place, but we will continue drinking that shit. Again, where was the citizens of all these countries when Venezuela collapsed, or the what Argentina stood up for, or when Jamaica was being screwed, or when even other countries got screwed? Where was America? They weren't there. So where do you think everybody else is going to be when America's getting screwed? They get two shits.
And you know what makes it worse, though, Dom, I think, too, is when, you know, the U.S. went to the Middle East, people knew it was wrong. We did nothing as a country to try to stop it, even though there's nothing we could have done. That's what makes it look worse for the most part. People just went on with their everyday life.
Mm-hmm.
And we're like, whatever, because as long as it don't happen to them, they're really not worried about it. You know.
Well, this is the hippie movement all over again. Back in the 60s, all these hippies with their little cute little cars and saying, I'm protesting the man and all that. Yeah, you became a lawyer, didn't you? Didn't you become a judge? Didn't your wife become a teacher? Get the fuck out of here. It would have been better if they didn't say nothing. I'm not saying I'm against the system, but if a person is going to be against the system, you fucking better back up that shit, because there's going to be people say, and then pointing to me where I've never even told you my stance. That's humorous. You know, oh, we're going to fight all these other countries, these refugees. Fucking most countries were built based on fucking other countries' fucking citizens.
I'm against it.
Against what, Charles?
Against the... I got to make sure I say this right.
Say it, Charles. It doesn't. No matter how you say it, it can easily be twisted.
The hypocrisy of the system. You know, if they're gonna put me in fucking prison for crimes, you best put, you know, their fucking people in prison for crimes. But we know that's not how it works. I'm starting to think that's not why it was designed. It was designed to do exactly what it's fucking doing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Protect them and fuck us over.
Well, Charles, the way I should tell my buddies, I said, okay, here, we have two columns here. When we stand over here on the right side, I'm just using the right side, we're being screwed. When we're on the other side, it's business as usual. That's the only difference. And if you're on the left side, it will be business. I don't give a shit about the citizens. And then when you're on the right side, What, you give a shit about the rich people only because they tell you they have billion-dollar boats that one of our citizens helped wire it and built it? It'd be different if it was another class of people that, yeah, we broke away, we're doing everything, we're building all of it. No, they're getting us to build all that stuff. So the onus is on us, the masses, not the few that are trying to help everybody become aware or the few that are trying to manipulate. It's the masses. Next time you have a bitching complaint about somebody else, get a fucking mirror, hold it up to your face and say, that's the problem right there. If there is a problem. If not, it's business as usual. Charles, I'm not going to go around to the mall and fucking get an egg carton, tell all the fucking sheeples, oh, we're getting screwed, stop buying shit and all that. No different from me going down the highway, say, stop buying those automobiles. Where a lot of us are caught up in our comforts. The only reason why people are bitching and complaining now is because they have this technology that they designed just to rat us out. So, hey, when they bring out the credit system, Don, what were you talking about online? Well, I was trying to be very, very neutral in my opinions. Where other people say, yeah, I'm clear cut against the government. Okay, good enough. So you start at fucking two cents for your credit. You'll see how quickly they'll curl their tail.
Oh, shit.
I say that joke.
They'll put me at negative fucking 900,000 cents.
Mm-hmm. And then other people turn around and say, listen, you have a low credit rating. You want to get an extra 200-point credit system? You see that guy over there, Charles? You kick them in the ass a couple of times, we'll give you extra credit. Do you see how they turn each other on each other? How do you think the Nazi kids came to be? Charles, they come rounding us up. And they go to you and me and they say, listen, Dom, you want to be in the Nazi? No. Charles, you want to be in the Nazi? No. And then they ask one of our buddies, yeah, I'll be in the Nazi. Your first job is to kill Dom and Charles. We're easily twisted. Now, I know some people, badass, will say, I won't do nothing about it. I said, or they'll do something about it. I said, okay, you tell me when you're hanging upside fucking down. Duct tape.
You say that. So their option is you either do it or we'll kill you right now.
Or, in this case, I'll use a little biblical, where you can't buy or trade anymore. You don't have any credit system. I don't have a chip on my arm. I don't have my PayPal account, or it's been froze. You know, they will openly talk about what they do with elites that join their clubs, and then they think they want to change it. They quickly squash that.
I don't know what I would do. Right now, I say I wouldn't do it on any of that, but I know how it is to be without, and it's not a fun factor. And people say, oh, I would steal and do this, but you need energy to do that. How are you going to get away if you can't run because you have no energy? Because you haven't eaten in fucking 2 weeks. You'd be crawling to steal. It's not easy to survive like a nomad, like we were talking about. So,
well, this is
it's not physical; it's mental.
This is why you know thyself. You got to know what runs this body. What am I attached to? And then a person says, "Oh, I need food for this vessel. I need shelter for this vessel. Holy fuck, I got many attachments. So why would I be spending time bitching and complaining about other people that probably are doing the same shit as I am? They're just living more comfortably. That would be what we would use the word settlement. What's your settlement? I'll have a lifestyle.
What were you saying about the rich people? Like, because I know they get all this money, but I have so many questions because there's a guy that had a video and said he has millions in the bank. He went to take out, I think it's like 30 grand that he wanted to buy something, cash or car or something. And the bank didn't even have his the money to give to him. And the dude was pissed. He's like, you know, I'll transfer my money somewhere else. But, you know, the banks don't even want to give up 100 grand. So you got to like pre-do it or something. That's wild.
Well, they're trying to move away from currency, Charles, fiat currency.
Yeah, I know that too.
Yeah, so they're going to say, okay, so we'll give you a credit. You know, use one of our.
Don't let you take 10s out no more. Only 20 and up now.
Yeah, because eventually they're going to get rid of it. This is how you eventually give people the slow progression. Take a PayPal account. You know, we've been doing that with credit cards, checking account. Slowly they're going to be.
Yeah, you're right.
Now those are people
Direct deposit. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. Those are people that are classified as rich. Then there's wealthy people. Wealthy people do not play with money. That's dirty. That's why when they do NAFTA, that's for the wealthy people. These are beyond Bill Gates and Elon Musk or a guy like Warren Buffett. Those guys are fronts. So hey, Warren Buffett say I'm gonna pay $200 million worth of taxes, but meanwhile he'll get a check for $2 billion. Those are the people that we would call in the middle of the triangle of the pyramid.
I'm gonna see what my grandfather's seen. Dom, that's wild, man. I think about that. My grandpa was born in 1920 and lived through the Depression, and I used to ask him about it. He was young, but he remembers the struggle his whole life, which fed him the energy to conquer and fucking build his family. But damn, if it goes from money to digital, there's going to be some serious starvation going on.
It could be, but the major players aren't going to be affected by the digital because they don't play with it.
Of course not. So they're already prepared for, already are prepared already.
So when they do movements, like for example, I'll give you the example of Malcolm X. They were just trying to weed out all the people that were underground. So we'll allow them to protest openly at Washington, D.C. We'll allow all the truckers to protest basically in Ottawa. They're just trying to get people to come out. So because they understand, whoever they are, they do things in private. Only the masses play that dumb game and do it publicly. So they're allowing everybody to air all their grievances on all these channels. Because once you have all this information and then they go into their reset, one quick starvation, you'll see how quickly people will forget about the Mandela effect, the fucking flat earth, what Donald Trump did or didn't do, whether the moon is fucking there or not. That's what depression does. It will quickly put people back into their order of thinking. And even that, people will still be distracted because they'll think they're the vessel. You know, they're not fast long enough to realize, holy fuck, that's the biggest drug I'll ever have. Then you can appreciate a person that's addicted to cocaine or on meth or fucking chemical release from sex.
Yeah, people down people with addiction. But
no, because
I'll tell you, the most intelligent people I've ever met, a lot of them were use drugs to elevate the mind.
Well, sometimes that's by default. For some people, that's by default. A lot of people don't actually go into think that they're going to, get spiritually enlightenment. Most people that use certain kinds of substance, they're actually trying to escape. The guy that does ayahuasca, I'm like, okay, so do you understand what a shaman is? Well, no. Do you understand diets? Well, no. Do you understand the luminaries? No. So you're just going to fucking Peru to have a fucking fun venture. Get the fuck out of here. You might also go to Daytona Beach with your little fuck. Oh, but I puked. I said, because they go in there with a meat diet. That's the reason why they puke. They're taking advantage of each other. If they're truly trying, it's no different when people do hemp. In this case, marijuana. Are you absorbing it through the skin? No, I'm only doing it for oral sensations. Oh, okay. But you keep escaping with that fucking weed. Especially if you understand that you should be doing it at different times. This is where people understand about the Rastafarians. They understood certain things. And it wasn't just about smoking it. You have to know when to smoke it, where to smoke it, what's your intent. You're going to be talking to a spirit. Same with drinking, spiritual drinking. That's why when people say they have liquid courage, because something that's within you is finally talking in the forefront.
That's why people smoke PCP and do crimes, because it numbs them. They don't have to deal with what they're about to see when they do that certain crime. They'll be numb to it right away.
But who makes the rules that call that a crime? If I steal all the food from everybody else or hoard it, and then people have to take it from me, and I'm clever enough to make rules, Commerce Court, and say, well, you committed a crime. No, Dom, you're the one that committed the crime. You're hoarding all the food.
Yeah.
This is the game that they play on us. Somebody
government.
Go ahead.
Sorry, I just wanted to add to what you were saying about hoarding food. In the Constitution, people love it so much, but you forget all them guns you're saving up, all that ammo. Yeah, you could protect your land, but they have a right to take it. It's in the Constitution. The military needs your food and your guns. They have a right. Your house. It's all in there. It's all in the law. So stock up for them to come take it.
Well, what does it mean to Constitution when they say bear arms? They're actually talking about your arms. They're not talking about guns. Now, if you work for one of their institutions, military or the police or like martial law, then you're allowed to bear arms, and you're there to protect the people, the nobles, not the citizens. Why, you think there was ever rights for fucking slaves and citizens and peasants? No, and it never will be. There's
That's why.
their rules. Even when people aimlessly say the word laws, that have nothing to do with nature's laws, land, air, wind, and space.
Well, that kind of answers then why when people say they have rights, the cops be like, because they know that what these words are really, how they're really worded, you know, like what the people really mean. It don't mean us.
Charles, the term letter of the laws. They speak openly. It's just people, they just don't have discernment. What do you mean letter of the laws? The laws, the 4 letters. That's why they have acronyms of 4. We use
land, air, water,
land,
space.
air, water, and space. You know, like same with news, north, east, west, and south. Again, this is acronyms of 4 as opposed to 3. This is why when Tesla talks about 111, 222, 33, he's using acronyms of 3s. What happens when you start using, like you see 4 1s? You're talking about the energy of time. Again, this is about energy, reading the energy. People have that ability. They can see the luminaries. Okay, this is the line. So what's going to be manifested in the material? It's almost like on a time delay. What's going to happen in a century here on Earth? You're going to have a bunch of wars. You're going to have a reset. But a lot of people don't value that because most people still think they're the vessel. Most people don't even think of the idea. What is the thought? Where does it come from? What does Kabbalah mean? It means you have receivers.
I thought about that when I was like 10.
Yeah.
Where's my thought come from? I'll ask my mom, why is there a voice in my head? Where's that coming from? She's like, I don't know.
Yeah, because you saw a different version of somebody older that had been dumbed down. No offense to your mom, Charles. It's just that's what most of us are. That's called neglect. We're neglecting the abilities or the gifts that each child's been bestowed upon. It could be a curse because if all of a sudden everybody in your community is thinking, oh, you're weird. I said, okay, so I'm weird, but I'm understanding how the clouds work. I understand how the sun and the moon work. So then why am I the weird one? Well, because Dom, you're not like the rest of us specializing in a job. Okay. So you guys are going to take your red and blue pill, and I'm not going to take any pills. Oh, okay. I'm okay with that. You know, how many people play that game, Charles? They watch the movie The Matrix, not understanding they change the characters' colors. Everybody you see that's light skin, make them dark skin, and vice versa. Then you'll understand who wrote the play. But most people get caught up, are you a red pillar or a blue pillar? Really, we're talking red and blue blood now?
Oh, wow. Kimba asked, how come people concentrate more of law of man than law of nature?
Kimba, because man is not men. Image of man. That's what some people would call mint mind. There's a distinct difference between MEN and MAN. You know, this is why when people say we're under something, mind, man, meant. And then there's nature. Nature, to me, I'm only going to use my interpretation of it. Nature to me means wild and untamed. Most of us become domestic. We can only appreciate a pet when it becomes domestic like us. But when we literally see an animal that's wild, there's a part of us like, that resonates with me. That animal is wild. That plant is wild. It's untamed, but it has boundaries around it. Hence laws. Land, air, wind, and space, they all have to have boundaries on them. Actually, no, sorry, they are the boundaries for this realm. No different north, east, west, and south. Is it an X? Is it a cross? What are the 4 winds? You know, and are we talking about laying flat, north, east, west, south? Or are we talking about as above, so below is north and south, and east and west goes from left to right or right to left? And if you go enough one way, you'll become west again and then go east. Now, again, a lot of people are going to try to put their senses to it. And this is where they play with the earth. Okay, so what happened when old wise people used to say that there's other land masses surrounding the 7 continents? And then this is why they talk about Odin, Germanica, what other ones? Atlanta. Oh, Dom, I can't see it. Okay, so you're going to believe it until you see it? What happened if you can't go over there because that's just a different atmosphere? Oh, yeah, show all those beautiful pictures of all these different bugs. Love it.
No, I was just, while you were speaking, I was looking at this. And when I first seen this picture, I said, it looks like it's a spider, man.
Mm-hmm.
And sure as shit, here we go. Same diagram.
And there's red and blue, positive and negative.
This thing's, look at, it's got a face. It looks like it's got a face with red spikes. It looks like a head up there, right? Maybe. Yeah, that's poisonous. Anyway.
I guess sometimes in war tactics, Charles, it's good to know one's enemy, but sometimes our enemies are among us. It's the way they talk, even myself, the way they act, and what are their intent. Like I get people, they want to be rebellious on a system. Is it because they're not getting their piece of the pie, or are they trying to help people that are here right now or future generations? Most people don't give a damn about future generations. They might be talking about their kids that are here now, but they're not talking about their kids' kids. And that's where we're at a disadvantage, because that's how they talk. They talk about generation down the road, and they might even be aware that they come back to inherit. That's why they discipline their kids the way they do. Now, that's going to be a tough one for a lot of people, because they're going to try to say, well, that's weird, Dom. And then they're going to use all their indoctrination, opposed to having that Zen mind of being receptive and say, could that be a possibility? Because you would have to use possibilities to understand how Wi-Fi works, or let alone who gave us this technology, let alone who gave us all the different alchemy of languages, let alone all the material. But typical people that are self-absorbed, well, Dom, I don't care about that stuff. Well, it was one of us. Give me a name. Did Elon Musk invented Wi-Fi? No. What about Bill Gates? Did he do that? No. What about Trump? What the fuck has he created? The fact that he has probably thousands of people that are orchestrating his scripts tells me that in numbers, it's better. If you had 1,000 people, Charles, working with you in Sir Drop, making music, how quickly would you have your shit out? That's how it works. You know?
Yeah, it's not what you know. A lot of times it's who you know.
And who's organizing it. You know, you need chain of command in these things. I'm not saying I agree with that stuff, but I'm aware of that stuff. You know, you watch a building, you think it miraculously because there's 1 or 2 tradespeople. No, there's people that probably are never at that job site that are orchestrating a lot of that. But they're going to get the foot soldiers to build it. And then they'll get other foot soldiers to maintain it. And they'll get the other foot soldiers to throw a plane at it and blow it up. Now you got 9/11 all over again.
Uh-oh.
I should have said maybe 8/12 instead of the other numbers. Like, how long did that drag on? That storyline.
Which one?
The one that happened September 11th.
Oh,
yeah. How long did that drag on? And people, you know, hey, you know, they did this, they did this. I'm like, okay, so but how does that serve you when you're just trying to put, you know, food to your mouth, or pay a rent that you know it's ridiculous? You know, like they orchestrated all the housing market throughout the world. You know, they think that was like organic, that all the houses just started increasing and taxes go with it. No, that's orchestrated. You know, how do you make the peasants work that much more harder? Fucking make everything that they're attached to go up in price, and give them the illusion that they're independent too. as they're going to they're going to our gas station, our grocery stores, using our money, our Reebok shoes, our Nike shoes, our electronic components, going to our concerts. Where do we ever get the impression that we're actually doing anything for ourselves? Sorry, Charles. Maybe I'm the crazy one here. I'm okay with that, by the way.
That's I was trying to show this picture for a while. I had to screenshot it because it wouldn't show me. But look at this picture. JG's mountain in the background.
Sweet. Oh, JG, if I was there, I had my drone. It'd be their drones, but I would have it. What's that?
That's a solar panel.
Oh.
Solar charger.
I'm having a great time.
I would hope so.
You should see how crystal clear the creek water is coming in from the mountains. It's amazing.
It's probably spring water. I would fill up bottles of it. You think you need to I wouldn't put any chemicals. You ever see where people, they get water out of a puddle and then they put a bag of chemicals in there and it clears it up? It makes everything fall to the bottom. And I'm thinking, yeah, drink that. It's so clear. You just put fucking chemicals in there. Wild, man. It's drinkable now. The bleach and boric acid has separated the dirt. Who want to laugh? Check this laughable video out.
They got it pretty good up here, but I noticed a lot of these people, they're just Trump-tards.
Well,
you know? Like, you talk to people, like, seriously, all these people are just down for Trump, and I'm just sitting there like, all right, Jack, just behave. Like, just thinking to my health, thinking to myself, you know, just be cool, be nice, you know?
Yeah.
Secretary, you've guided this alliance through one of the most consequential periods in its history. I realize, I was talking to your wife, I personally asked you to extend your service. Forgive me.
That's awesome. That shit's funny as heck. Man, what a way the country's gonna go out. Well, I wonder what the new country's gonna be called. We're gonna go from the United States of America. We're gonna start being called Doodoo Land.
Doodoo Land. What would be the colors, Charles? Purely brown?
Brown and green.
A little earth there. A little earth with a little greenery. I love it.
The experiment. Land of experiments. We'll probably be in the book of Homer, the Odyssey of Homer. I think it was Prometheus was sailing by this island and it had a bunch of, I guess, crazy people on the island. They told him don't stop. And then remember he passed the island where that opium. Forgot what they called that one. And then the mermaids. But anyway, that's going to be this land. All the zombies and yeah, the government is fucked up. But I always say, man, the only way things will change is when we change ourselves, which would allow other stuff to change in the process.
I think, Charles, change is always occurring. Hopefully people can put a little bit of awareness of where they stand for themselves and maybe their surroundings in this case to really try to understand how the system is working. And a lot of times you have to probe in instead of accusing whoever these people are, just try to understand them. So you guys value Satanists? Oh, okay. You guys value corruption? You value depopulation? You almost have to look at it as a very indifferent person. Like you're like gathering information, not for the intent that you're going to put it anywhere. And then once you realize that, and then you kind of have to realize outside of that could be other species. It's more human behaviors. You know, governments are humans. Religion is humans. We usually numb it by forgetting that kind of stuff. But anyway, I'm trying to ease up on this drama. I call this drama talking now. So, but yeah, it all plays a role, Charles. I've had a chance about 20 years ago with my wife when we traveled in my car, our car at the time, the Honda, and we tented across Canada and America. And I thought both countries were beautiful. They were both beautiful. Met all kinds of people on my travels. Go ahead.
I know I said that must have been fun. How long did it take? You went from one end to the east to the west?
Well, we went up across Canada, down towards California. We went a little bit inwards towards Texas. Then we zoomed back to California. And then we went all the way back towards the coast, towards Florida. Florida became more of a tourist trap where you just couldn't park anywhere and pitch tent. In California, you could do that. And in Canada, we could do that. There's a lot of places we stopped. It was enjoyable. And like I said, I met all kinds of interesting characters on their travels.
Yes, Christy, he said that. That's why I love it. It's funny.
Mm-hmm. Took about 5.5 months, Charles.
Wow. Yeah, I tell myself every day, be going on a vacation soon. I don't even want to talk about it. When I put things into motion, somehow it's like I joke around and say whenever I openly talk about shit, it's like there's something waiting to fucking destroy whatever I speak into existence. I don't know exactly, Jay Heighton. I could find out. I don't remember. I think the guy said that was the one he did at the United Nations. They're a bunch of crooks. Doesn't matter what label they put on it. They put all these different labels on it, but to me, control's control. All the isms. I wonder why they all end in the ism. They're very easy to identify. The isms.
Make America great again. Not making it great again.
No, it would be great again. It would be great. It was great before these people arrived here and created a so-called America with a constitution. It was great before then. When they arrived and people fell in line, that was the end of the divine.
Charles, can I share something? When I heard that years ago, I was chilling with my buddies having coffee. I said, so let me understand this. People in America are hearing a guy going around saying America great again. When there was slavery, when women couldn't vote, when other countries were being held hostage. When did America ever be great for the majority of the people in that country? You know, you have to weigh in the children. You have to weigh in all the people that were forced to be enslaved. You know, and all the women, so let me understand, we're not equal. Again, that's more a certain shade of color of skin and a man talking nonsense. Because I'm pretty sure a lot of people that are dark skinned would say, I don't think my forefathers were looking at America was great. If anything else, most of us were trying to survive. Same with women. So again, they share that stuff, Charles, and they're mocking the citizens. They're talking with their media to their friends. They don't give a shit about you fucking
Yeah,
citizens.
they're making it more great for them.
Yeah,
I
sure
get it.
Yeah, you know.
It's all junk politics, man. It's all
I
junk.
wonder.
People just want junk. They want fucking MTV. They want the Kardashians. They want Trump. That's what they want. They just want to fucking be cool, fit in. Everybody's, content with their cognitive dissonance, and
What's up, True Zone?
everybody's fucking gay.
Everyone wants to. Well, not everyone. Let me rephrase that. Most people want to just be in the circus all the time. It's like a high. The political stuff is like going to church when you go to a rally. It's a high. It's like forgetting about your Well, it's a distraction, man. It's a high, a temporary fart. Damn, I wish Truth Zone would mirror mirror on the wall, fix Truth Zone's video.
Yeah, we see with Trump, right? A lot of people love this guy. It's like a way of coping, right? People cope with like how fucked the world is, and they see Trump, and they love his personality, and it helps them cope with reality.
And then when he doesn't do and save the world, when you bring that to the attention to them and say, look, they'll have excuses of why it didn't happen. They won't accept the fact that they got bamboozled.
Dom, do you know much about like Israel's, like the Jews, like their support of Trump and how involved Trump is with Israel?
Based on the storyline, I don't really value I think the Jews aren't really the Jews, and even that, what were they? Like were they one of the two tribes, Judah and Benjamin? So I think the Israels that they're talking, that's a man-made when the United Nations decided to play it together. So, but to answer your question, that storyline, I don't really know. I get a gut feeling that Jews in the old days used to coexist with Israel. They were gypsies, hence bankers. So people that say that they're Jewish, I'm like, okay, so are you from the tribe of Judah or Benjamin? Because the other ones, they were scattered supposedly. Again, they're just playing on words, But I would lean towards that the Jews, the Zionists.
What would the Ish be? Or is that the tribe of Ishmael, Jewish, or they're the tribe of Ish? Bullshit. No, I'm joking.
It could be. That's a good way of putting it, Charles. Yeah. But obviously, if JG, please share. I just think a lot of that's pretend. They're giving us storylines.
They admitted it. There's this guy with what's his name? They call him. What do they call themselves? Damn, I forgot what the Jewish people call themselves. Before their name, it's something Finkelstein. I forgot. But anyway, he admitted that they've been lying this whole time, that they fronted that they were the chosen people. Like, every time I hear that chosen people stuff, it's like, man, it's they're chosen, but you're not,
I think a lot of the Nazis or the German nations hide behind all of those things.
I'm a germ. I'm half German. I'm a Pole germ.
I think the Romans coined them quite well. The Germans supposed to be a warlike nation, and then when you look at the two nations that are pretty good with, with a lot of the technology, Japan and Germany, and who are most of the ones in NASA, Germans and people from Japan. They're very warlike. Those are the two nations that used to disturb Russia and China, and that's why the monarchy. It's a German that rules at the Pope. even though they had a Polish pope. For the longest of time, he was just a stick figure. It was the German one that was actually running the show for them. You know,
I always wondered how my grandma and grandpa got together, because I think my grand's Polish. I know my grandma's German, and that was like a big thing. Like that, they didn't do. That's why if I meet like 100% Pole, and a lot of them are blue eyes and blonde hair, usually. And they know I'm not 100% Polish off the bat. They'll know. They sniff it out. And you tell them you're half German, oh, man. They've looked at me like, terrible. They didn't want me in the house no more. I felt like shit. But it's all good. My grandma and grandpa accomplished, you know, what they probably thought couldn't be done.
Again, when a guy that is a puppet, and they figured, you know, something, Ross Perot didn't work, so let's get Donald Trump, that really didn't really had any side that he could have really gone with. When he says things like, let's make America great again, and basically false flag, he's actually talking about the German nation. You know, false flag is an old tactic that the British used to do when they used to conquer nations. We beat you, France. Just keep waving your flags. Why? Because we don't want your citizens to have upheaval. That's why they came up with the private flag. I mean, the pirate flags. They would steal from themselves. So in America, when you think of America, it's the Germans. When you start looking at all the high positions in America, they're Zionists. What are Zionists? Germans. Same with the royal family. They're the Windsor family.
Germans.
No, they're not. They're just a powerful nation right now. And because they have this technology. If the Romans had this technology, where before they would have to send like thousands of foot soldiers to loot all these small little villages to get to their next pieces. The British used to have to send all these different boats. Today you can send fighter jets everywhere, and now you don't even have to do that anymore. You have all these drones that are basically, this is all funny when people used to say, oh, give all your drones and give it to Ukrainian. The drones, the technology are from Russia and China. So why would you be giving Ukrainian drones that are basically all that technology is coming from them?
Now I know why they're called German, because they spread like a germ through mankind, and that's how they conquered. They spread it like a germ through the whole mankind. That's why they're a germ man.
You know MK Ultra, right? Gottlieb was like the leader of MK Ultra. The head person and staff. I mean, MK Ultra was all Jewish people. Like the CIA. The CIA at one point, it was all like Jews.
But who are those Jews? Again, that's why I say they're pretend Jews. They're actually Germans masking themselves. And that's why they said, oh, all the Jews, and you can't even say that the Holocaust or whatever, because then they hide behind it. But meanwhile, let's not forget, if there was 6 million, but how many SARS family got removed during that war? 30 million. Interesting. So why are we focusing on a bunch of Jews? Because the barons had told their family members and all we're going to actually do the United Nations. We've allowed you to do free business in all these countries that actually had sanctions on them. And when they didn't want to come back, they rounded them all up. That's the only reason why those Jews got all basically gas chambered, because they had a good gig. And what they did, they took all their paintings and all that, they brought it to the Vatican. And what was Hitler's role? He's the Third Reich. He's representing their God. What is their God? That's a different story now. Now we're talking about demigods. Now, I guess a lot of people don't want to speculate that. Again, this is not an offense to the German nation. It's usually the people that are running behind it and using the Germans. You have a country that goes that are forced to go into war because of the few people, and then they're under sanction. And how do they become a very warlike nation after that? Because a lot of big corporations were funding them. Like even today, who's funding all these big wars? Big corporations.
They fund both sides too, Dom.
Sure they do. Sure they do, Charles. Of course they do.
They did it in the Middle East. They did it in Vietnam. When the September thing happened, I started to look in history, because in my mind I said history repeats itself. So let me look into Hawaii. I started digging into that, and I said, fucking shit. Same thing. Hawaii, September. I wouldn't be surprised if many other ones align too, like World War II. When you go, people go get a map of Germany and ask the computer what cities were obliterated in that war. All of Germany, every inch was leveled. And then look at Germany before World War II in the 1890s or early 1918, 1899. Look at footage of Germany, how beautiful and the technology they had. Who knows the Superman ride at Six Flags? Well, they had trains that your feet didn't hang off, but they had trains that were set up the same way as the Superman ride. They were advanced tech. It was a beautiful place.
Like where were people when they go back into history and they start, you have to dig a little bit and you find out all the leaders like Churchill, Roosevelt, Stalin, Mussolini, Tito, they're all club members. Where were people when Trump actually bought Merv Griffin? What did he get in exchange by buying Merv Griffin's casinos at a loss? Now, for 10 years, he doesn't have to pay taxes. That's why a lot of families, even the Clinton family, when they needed to laundry all their drug money from Arkansas, where did they put all their money? In all the business of Donald Trump. So it's all a stage. It's like when George Bush Jr. was fighting with the other guy. They're all club members.
The foundation, Dom? The Trump Foundation, they do that to write it off or no?
Oh, well, he had 10 years where he didn't have to pay any taxes. So anybody that wanted to put to his foundation, and then they can laundry all of that. Again, it's different rules. We have to follow rules that they make, but they're above the rules. That's all. And then if you disobey it, then you got to go into their commerce court. And then you got to play that whole fucking on the vessel and I have to be attached to the birth certificate. Fucking anybody that plays that game, fucking take a bullet.
Makes sense. A lot of things you put together on here, Dom, it all starts to click for me.
Sure.
Especially being a dead corporation. It's a corpse. So it makes sense when they say, we're summoning you into court and all this stuff. It all starts to align.
They'll laugh. They'll say, hey, here comes a walking dead. He's probably going to say he's not going to identify by the capital letters of my name in court. No problem. Put him in jail for a while. We'll see how quickly he needs fucking food and water. Get the fuck out of here. Again, that's more noise. But again, if you're doing that underground, that's fine. But you're playing in their game. You don't want to play in their game? Take your chance with nature. Nature will show you different ways. But I get it. I don't really like living under my parents' roof. So I'm going to bitch and complain, but I'll go to total stranger's house and fucking play by their rules. Come on, guys. You're children still. But then they'll line up all this. Yeah, but I figured out the system, Dom. Really? You did? Interesting. So where do you go when you go to sleep? Who runs your body right now as I'm talking to you? Oh, I never thought of that, Dom. Exactly. So you're parroting the same fucking information that we all parrot. Like the elites actually have citizenships. Like the elites even drive a car in these countries. They don't drive cars here.
They don't even have birth certificates, probably.
They don't, because they understand that shit. They even understand that they don't own anything here. They rule. They're like middle management. They're administrators.
So it fucking makes sense when you said, I'm thinking about this stuff now. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Pirates,
the
Pirates are red, black, or gold. Gold, red, and black. Which you were saying the German flag is the same color. The pirate flag. Because I was just talking earlier about Brady when he went from the Patriots to the Pirates, basically. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers are the Pirates, just like Pittsburgh, but
all what's it called? All openly spoken. It's like we don't really understand what they're doing, and we just figure, oh, it's a sport. I say, yeah, but why are they picking those colors? Why are they picking those symbols? The masses. We're all watching all the variations of Colosseums, and not realizing, I wonder why they're using red, black, and gold. Wonder why they're using checkered floors. Interesting. And then when people do discover a little bit about it, they figure, I figured it out now. I said, no, you got a breadcrumb. And how would that serve that breadcrumb?
Yeah, the real information is they don't put that shit on the internet or nothing.
Why would they?
The real shit is kept very hush.
Or in code, Charles. Like when you show a lot of drawings, and the first thing that comes to me without understanding it, but I do visualize it, I'm like, there's a lot of messages going with all those different pictures. You know, who's able to understand that type of scribing?
That's why I search and research and search more. And I've always been good with. I've always loved looking at pictures and symbols, synchronizing symbols and trying to figure shit out. Because like you said, a lot of it's coded. Especially in these Bibles and these books, they speak in like allegory. Well, I'm never satisfied, truthfully, with the information. I feel like it doesn't give me the answers that satisfy. I feel as though there's always something left out. I'm a detective at heart, and I don't mean a police detective, just the word detective. Define, detecting. Bullshit for Saturn. Bullshit. Yep. When you're born, Saturn starts, or Chronos starts to eat you. As soon as you're born, that time starts chewing away at you. You're born dead.
Like, Charles, how would we be able to have a conversation by going to Mecca or to the Vatican and telling all those loyal followers, ignorant as they may be, that you're following something, but it's not exactly what you think it is? Like, why are you praying?
At me.
Go ahead.
They would, if we went there and told them that, they would do everything in their power to convince us we're wrong.
Or they would defend something aimlessly. And they would say, listen, Dom, just down the street, they just built a monument for the flat earthers, the FEs. And over there beside it's the globalists. And they have like 100,000 people following them, maybe 1 million at the most. But us billion Muslims and us billion Christians, we want nothing to do with that. We believe in the Vatican. What do you mean the Vatican fuels wars? What do you mean we're doing bloodletting of animals at Mecca? Interesting. And what do you mean, Dom, that we used to pray to Petra? Why Mecca now? They're not getting some of that information, but then you're talking to fundamentalists. And this is what people are doing now when they talk about flat earth and globalists and Mandela's. They're going to become fundamentalists. Well, Dom, you don't understand. What do you mean I don't understand? Well, they've changed certain things in cartoons and they've changed the word. I said, well, isn't the Bible been changed in different languages? Would that be not classified as even though it's Mandela, the whole thing about Mandela is like, okay, wouldn't they have proof that insurance or death certificate that he died or didn't die? Just because the media told you that he died and then the next day they told you, yeah, he's free now, that just proves the media can fuck you over whenever they want. Like movies, when they do movies, they make many different cuts. Oh, I see dead people. No, I see black people now. Like, what the fuck? Like, this is the simpletons we've become. I know people are going to fucking get all upset. I said, but that's just validating that you can't entertain the idea that maybe you're fucking yourself over with this kind of nonsense. Literally nonsense. Go beyond the senses. But I get it. People like to be entertained, which is fine. As long as you get paid or you're paying somebody. Fucking buy the popcorn, buy your tickets, sit there and say, yeah, I'm going to watch the Mandela movie effect. I'm going to watch 9/11. I'm going to look whether or not we did or didn't go to the moon. What do you mean they're using metal fucking plastic or whatever? Not even metal plastic. My apologies. Tin foil for the bottom of the moon landing. What do you mean they openly admit that they didn't go to the moon? Or no, actually, no. They didn't openly admit they didn't go to the moon. They openly admit that we didn't have everything set up, so we did all the shots from somewhere in the States. There you go.
They had to come out with that because they were busted and they needed like another way to keep people addicted. So they were like, fuck it, let's just tell them. And hey, by them saying the truth, it kind of saved their ass.
But how many people defend it? How many people still defend it? Well, I know some don't. I know a guy that works at NASA, never a straight answer, and he tells me, there's no way they could be lying to us, Dom. They get paid lots of money, and they're too smart for their own good. I said, well, indoctrination gives you the illusion that you think you're smart.
Did I just let True Zone up?
Yeah,
I think I did.
Yeah,
I was in the process of it and he disappeared. Maybe, I don't know. He's saying he can't come up for some reason. I mean, he comes up, but it doesn't let him on.
He's probably going to have a lot of gems to drop, so YouTube's going to do everything in their power to slow him down a bit.
150 Orthodox Jews present Trump with the Torah crown. During his almost 4 years in office, Donald Trump has been the greatest supporter of Noahide law in U.S. history. Donald Trump, America's first Jewish president. Donald Trump will protect Israel and its supporters, strengthen day schools, and move the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem.
There you go, JG. We can go there to the Wailing Wall. We can cry.
I don't know why it's doing that. I checked to see if someone tried to hide you and stuff, but that ain't it. So I'm like, why won't it let him up?
He's getting up, but he's just, for whatever reason, it's
Yeah, try one more time. Let me go out and come back.
okay. Let's JG, we're here. Let's trash Charles's channel.
Peace, Crystal. Crystal. I don't want to. I think it's more or less not the people. It's more or less the concept of flat Earth versus globe. Because I was a flat earther, I labeled myself that for a long time, and then through experience of tons of debates and experiments and stuff I've seen and all that, I started to see the arguments and division it was creating, and it reminded me of the left and the right concepts, you know, the polarities. But I still, or not still think, I know we're not on a ball. But anyway, I hope this works, because I don't know why it's doing this. Is it your signal, Truth Zone, maybe? No, it can't be, because you're on here. We can't hear you. Like, I don't know what it is. Sucks.
Yeah, I guess, Charles, sometimes a lot of important, if there is an important conversation with that topic, it can't just be either or. You can't just say it's flat or round. You have to really entertain all kinds of stuff, and you have to factor in what you see here and what you see up there. And if a person truly says, Dom, Charles, I've actually been high enough. I said, now you're talking to a bunch of people that are blind. How would you try to explain it to us? That only thing I could put onto it is a belief. Now, if I got to see it, I would say, okay, but then now I'm going to have to wrap that around my head. And now how do I explain it to other people?
How do I prove that we're not on the ball?
Yeah,
I
or
would
vice
take
versa.
some water. I'll put a glass on the table and I'll pour the water in the glass, or I'll go get my level out of my closet where my tool belt is, and I'll put that on the table
Okay. So knowing
next
that,
to the
Charles.
glass of water.
Okay. So Charles, we live here where you've probably seen air balloons. You've seen airplanes. Have you seen anything that's ever been in your lifetime that's been up there the whole time outside of those two objects, beside clouds? Again, that throws it out the door now, because I'm like, okay, I understand, because we have things here and we can make that simple statement, but we still don't know, excuse me, what those two objects are. You know, they can tell us more stories. Well, it's heat. Okay, so why is it colder when you jump out of a plane? It goes back to a simple inquiry. If somebody was able to go high enough, how would you explain it to the rest of us? We're too busy trying to use these simple experiments down here. I put water in a bubble or whatever, and here it's sea level. That still doesn't explain, just because we see two objects, that we're in a square, a triangle, a fucking whatever. We could be in a disc. We could be one of those ice shakers, snow shakers. You would need to have your own personal proof.
But I'm just trying to prove that there's no curvature. That destroys the whole being on the crust of a ball.
Okay.
Now, I just think we're in the cosmic egg.
Okay, so let's go ahead, Charles.
But none of that can be proven until I can travel and record my travel and prove. I mean, the only evidence we have is no planes are dipping their nose to go around the curve and around the ball. But in the end, like, I don't even like debating none of this stuff.
Well, that's when like it has people debating each other.
Because I don't have hardcore facts except for water. It's not like I could travel and be like, there's a firmament, see, and hit it. Or some sort of energy that'll, like under the ocean, the water's separated by the saline, whatever. So
Charles, I give you the number 0, and then we put in another number 1. And then now we debate about zeros and ones, but we ignore all the other numbers. This is what flat earth and globes do.
Well, yeah, we have all the shapes in here.
That's right. So again, it comes down to, do we have any individually, any concrete proof? No. So then it's all speculation from everybody.
Yeah, I could. Yeah.
You know, I could use my senses and look at everything that's here, man-made and nature. The best I could ever look up in the sky and say, okay, so I might assume that the moon is like the desert, because I don't see any trees up there. I don't see any roads up there. I don't see any planes up there. So I can't give any conclusive answer. Now, if I walked around with the number 9 on my forehead and I saw everybody else wearing the number 9, my guess would be, I guess I have a number 9 on my forehead. But if I walk around with a number on my head and I see everybody else with different numbers, I'd be guessing at that point. And this is what people do. They guess. And just because they have a big enough channel, they got a whole bunch of people culting up with them, that gives them the illusion that you have an answer. Now we're talking religion and state all over again. You're just doing it with science now.
You said.
Go ahead.
I was just thinking of what you were saying about the bottle. You could be in the bottle, and I look at all them alchemical symbols, and when they're showing the realm or where we are, they have it inside of like I don't know what type of bottle that is. You know, I have to show you one day. I'll find the pictures that I have of alchemy to show that there's a containment, because they're trying to describe that how all the elements work within this containment. That's what I think they're trying to show.
Okay, so let's say, Charles, we're inside of the dome. Let's play the idea there's a dome, and they've been given the information of, you know, the curvature, but it's not for us in it, but, you know, actually not us on it, but we're in it. So we would have to know what the dome shape is. It's like when people get maps. Who was flying high enough to be able to do those kind of maps? Unless the moon is something that we think it could or couldn't be. Could it be a satellite, the moon? Because when they talk openly about air balloons that have satellites on it, they're doing that near like Alaska. Because you never see none of them cross the moon.
It could be a satellite.
It could be. I'm speculating. Obviously, that's what I do. I enjoy entertaining ideals. But I don't see any of those satellites going across the moon. You know, when they've done amateur footage of shooting up a rocket, regardless if it hits some sort of dome,
satellite.
Yeah. But then they find out, okay, but we see the moon over there. Where is the moon over there? Well, it's supposed to be where Australia, but we shot this over America. Why is the moon straight across? Now we could entertain the ideal that it's pretty flat.
What experiments can we do to figure some of this stuff out, Dom? You have any ideas?
Yeah, but again, Charles, for people to have hard proof, it can't be written work, because that's what people call fact. I said that's
I'm saying real experiments, like using instruments and stuff outside to like maybe send a camera up, because I want to know why when we rise up the sun gets further away. It seems so close until you start rising, it gets further away. It's weird. Same thing with the moon.
Unless it's an image.
Could be.
You know,
maybe it's a reflection.
Yeah, I've heard people speculate that there's other landmass and it could be projected from there. Again, that's just more speculation, Charles.
Wow, you know, I never heard of that before. That's
again, I get into all kinds of different types of groups, Charles, and we entertain ideals. But again, this is where I'm looking at those things up in the sky, and I'm like, so where does a cloud go? Where does it come from? You know, that's just me inquiring. Doesn't mean I'm going to have an answer for that kind of stuff, but it does make me, oh, wow, interesting. Where other people's like, yeah, we don't really look at the ceiling when we're in our house. We don't even look at the paintings. I just look at the couch and the TV. Just happens to be the TV is mounted now on the wall, so indirectly I'm looking at the wall.
Well, what's wrong with speculation? As long as you know you're speculating and you're not.
Yep.
You know.
Mm-hmm. But it's when other people say, well, that's the truth. I'm like, whoa, time out. You said the truth.
To them, you know.
Okay, but what is the truth to them? So then they say, well, Dominic, I have a picture. I said, okay, so your kid did a school drawing? You know, yeah, but I read it in the book. I said, oh, okay, did you write with your left or right hand? Why? What do you mean? Because written work, it doesn't matter what way you write, it's going to give it different outputs. But how is that factual? Meaning that, did you experience it? Well, no. Well, Galileo taught us this. Who the fuck is Galileo again? Because they means fuck all to me. This is the stories that people tell each other. And under the disguise, it's the truth. I'm like, okay, well, if that's the truth, well, then where's the deception to all of that? Well, Dom, I have proof. Okay, so did you go up high enough? Let's say somebody does tell me, he said, Charles, yeah, I went up high enough. Then how do you convince it to the rest of us that haven't been up there? Are you going to be our guru? Go ahead.
I just want to say that which is, and Dom just said that too, and that's a good point. Because I've always looked at the sun, I thought it could maybe be a reflection from like some sort of laser or something. Because it always reminds me of a light. Like, you know, when you put a light up to a mirror and it reflects, and you can look at it on the wall. That's kind of what the sun reminds me of, is some light.
It's all the Jews. The sun and the moon, it's all the Jews, man.
I knew you were going to say something funny, JG. I just saw you were biting at it. You're going to mock this, and rightfully so.
No wonder the news is called news. It's one letter short of Jews. They're disguising it in code. Yeah. They're like, let's take the J off and put the N.
It's all fun, Charles. For me, it is anyway. I hope other people can perceive it.
There's bad, shitty people everywhere, man. I'm not going to blame one so-called race or label of people that they want to label themselves. Like, I say I'm German and all that, but in reality, I'm just me, man. Whatever, you know, all these labels, to me, mean nothing. You know, like, yeah, I have family and ancestors and stuff. Much love and respect to them, but all these labels, I didn't create them. know?
Yeah, but most of
It's
these
learning.
labels are fake. It's just like a fairy tale imagination, you know, they just fiction. Like Ireland's real, Germany's real, Israel.
Jay Heighton said, we see too far. We see too far. The calculations don't add up. All NASA documents in black and white says flat, stationary Earth. How much proof do we need? And I've read those documents too. I know what you're talking about. But if we don't want to take a side, I question everything. Like, I got to start looking into who funds. Because I know NASA, Hollywood has contracts with NASA, military, political, what else? They have contracts with everything. It's a theater, it's a stage of everything, man. Imagine this place was just a big dome, a big stadium that the Titans built, and we're just a fucking genetic experiment in a big dome, right? Like a big movie set, and we're just being played. And we're kept here to serve these people. That's all we are, slaves serving garbage that was created from a genetic fucking lab. That's some truth that'll really fucking hurt if that was the case.
If you start talking to animals, and you can communicate. So, well, yeah, I can relate to that. Charles, is that what we are? Are we like in a little village, and my friend, the cow and the chicken, were all being raised and being sacrificed for some sort of energy harvesting? Could be.
Just I like to look at things from a fucked up side too, because that's a possibility. We don't even truly know if any of this information's 1,000,000%. But you know, I like to look at things as the worst because that's a possibility, and I don't want to be like, if it is true, you know, it won't be so shocking. I'd be like, yeah, I figured. Who knows? Look at, you know, there's so much stuff. It would be sweet, man, if we could travel. If we could get in a plane or a boat and just take off and have enough stuff in there to survive heat and cold and just go explore. I always wanted to explore. I don't like this life of being in one place your whole entire life, wasting it away at some job. You know, you might as well just say, yeah, that's why we're here, to be slaves and serve other people, man. That's our purpose. It's depressing. We might as well just admit it. Because that's all we're going to do in the 80 years if we're lucky here, right? Serve other people, pay our bills, and croak.
Maybe
it's pretty depressing to me.
Well, if you put it that way, yeah. You know, but if you entertain the idea that maybe, well, you know, when we use the word enslavement, maybe it's the vessel. Because, you know, for me and you out, if you were going to play that ideal, Charles, and say, let's go up high enough, let alone deep in the water, we would have to use some sort of device that would have to be over top of our meat suit.
Yeah.
To go to those places. You know, this is why
just like our spirit goes in the meat suit. We need these certain vehicles to get to certain environments or certain you know, for us to exist in. Like you were saying, other places we might not be able to breathe. You know, different environments. They could have different gases in the air, which allows us, you know, be poisonous to us. I think that's the way it is, and that's why NASA uses some of these suits, because they're already exploring in parts we don't even know exist. They keep it to them. And
well, they might be doing what the demigods came to the awareness, supposedly, that they were in a dome. And then they realized, well, we thought we were the gods. And then they realized, no, there's something beyond you. So in this case, if it is a vacuum, air stays here. So this is why when they use terms like in biblically, that person was taken up into the spirit. You would have to leave the vessel. Axis talks about this stuff. I hope he'll share more about this because he gets into those states. And sometimes he doesn't come back. Well, last time it was very difficult, he told me, to come back. So in this case, I think you talked about it, time, light, could be the very same thing. But as long as we're encased into these vessels, that's the anchoring process. I can't go beyond whatever this is with this vessel. And simple examples are, if people want to go up high enough into altitudes like a Mount Everest, they have to slowly alter their height where they're taking in oxygen, and vice versa when they go deep. And if you want to go even deeper, you have to use like a sort of like a man-made submarine to go deep enough. So we're already encased when we jump into these vessels. Did we lose a war, a spiritual war, and then we came here? Maybe. It's like when you go to jail, Joe. I'm not saying that with you, but when people go to jail, they got to put on a suit, don't they? And some suits in some places is orange, and other one's a different one. And then you do labor. You do free labor in that case. Again, that's me speculating and using some cheap examples that we have here on Earth.
Like, it kind of would make sense of why I'm not saying these carvings are real. I don't know if they are or not, but even like in this Mexican carving, if they color it in, that's what you get, some guy in some big device. And that, I think how we live now with tech and machines and all that, so did our ancestors. They had flying ships. I mean, why else would these people be carving this stuff if it is real, right? They come from other lands with different, like, who knows? Yeah, this don't look real. That top painting looks like they added in the alien afterwards.
Yeah, my buddy Bob actually did that drawing, the top drawing. My buddy Bob.
Did you get paid for it, JG?
Yeah. Bob the Bend Over Buddy.
Yeah, there's a skateboard company called Alien Workshop, and Bob did that graphic for Alien Workshop.
His name was Jewish. Let me chill before they get me with anti-Semitic actions. They could call us Goyim, but if we say Jewish, we're losers.
JG, isn't that this? Is that?
Oh, you can't be anti-Semitic, man. All right. They'll call you anti-Semitic, but they'll never call you a liar. Because if they call you a liar, the gig's up.
Well, isn't that whole ideal of, not being able to say certain words is the same thing that they're doing to us right now on YouTube? What you can and cannot say, censorship roams. By the way, JG, is Bob brothers with Larry that does all these surfboard murals? I think so.
No, Bob's he's a loner. He keeps to himself.
But doesn't he have a brother named Larry, and he does all the spaceship murals for all the, I think it's snowboards or surfboards. I'm not too sure, because I know he has a brother named Larry too. There's Harry and Larry.
No, he sells Larry fentanyl. Bob does. All right, this is getting too corny, man. I'm being too corny here. What are we doing? Is this real?
No, it's not real.
Jack Talcott.
Hey, don't drag him into this. Isn't he encouraging bombings now? I posted this, stop wars, just bomb things.
Who, Jack Talcott?
Sure, we'll go with that name. Good way to end wars is just blow shit up.
I was watching Chris Hedges. I watched like 6 hours of Chris Hedges the other day, and he's pushing for civil disobedience and trying to weaken corporate power and whatnot. That they're going to kill that guy. I don't know how Chris Hedges is still alive.
Unless
Kill them all.
indirectly he's serving the agenda. And, you know, sometimes you got to let some people just roam freely for a bit and then make them disappear, I guess.
Who's who, man?
Man, whoever drew these has some good skills. I wonder why they wore feathers on their head. Maybe it's something
Makes
spiritual.
Girls get horny when feathers are around.
Next time you chit chat with Axis, maybe ask him because I know he's native. So he might be able to break it down and maybe even what each feathers mean.
Look at this, man. Look at that lightning way in the back. If you look way further down, I would love to live in Colorado or New Mexico or.
Now you think those are old trees? You think that those two buttes right there are old trees?
Yeah, pretty much. They could be. I'm not saying it's factual. I don't have, you know, real. The only evidence I have is comparison, or you know, do I have
Charles, we already have knowledge that they're not trees.
So what are they?
There were no trees there. That like we already have knowledge.
What, lava did that?
Do you have cognitive dissonance here?
What are they? You seem to know what they are.
Yeah, they're not trees.
Okay.
It's made
so
of
what
rock.
Are they? Rock.
Well, it always opens up another question. If they're not trees, which I'll entertain too, and let's say you said, Charles, lava, then we can start exploring.
No, I know they're not lava.
Okay, but let's say they are. Let's say we can speculate. So now we can go in that direction. So how does lava work? You know, how did that come to be?
What is rock? Come on, you know what rock is. You know what mountains are made of. You want to push, like, you want to get out of the knowledge and just go with your theories.
Yeah, theory, speculation.
Yours is a theory. Where's your proof that it's just a rock?
Well, that's what
Bro, there is proof.
What if there's petrified wood under there, dried up? You know, how do you know water wasn't there for a long time and the dirt and the mud seeped into it and turned it hard?
That's what I'm trying to tell you is there's already been studies and there's knowledge that there's no petrified wood. There's not a big tree stump.
Jesus existed, but he never did. I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, you're wing nutting.
You're teasing now, GG. But yeah, again, it's all speculation because once we say somebody's done research, it's somebody else. Now, do we know these people? And then we're going to start using, well, this person works for this industry. And again, it's just more stories. Unless somebody goes inwards and says, okay, I kind of get it, but how do I explain it to other people? It's not none of those things. I'm going with that possibility. It's neither used to be trees, let alone people want to think, oh, it was lava. Well, were we there? We're just in the end result. And most of us are going to call it, oh, that's in the desert. And we're going to call those foothills, rocks, whatever. Because it really doesn't serve outside of just saying that what we think it is. Outside of that, then we're speculating.
Mountain Peaks, right? I never said it was factual either. I said I think.
Yeah.
That's my speculation. 98% of the stuff we talk about is speculation. Because we're trying to figure it out. We don't know. That's the whole point.
Go ahead, JG.
All right. Well, That case has already been solved. I mean, saying that is like saying mountain peaks are actually female nipples. You know, that's how ridiculous it is.
To you, you're taking what somebody thinks, twisting it to what you want it to be. That's the problem.
No. Once again, I'm telling you, it's knowledge, man. I'm telling you, there's knowledge. It's not petrified wood. It's not a giant tree. There's no giant stump. Come on, man.
True. It's not those things. You know, if enough people start colluding together and saying, like you said, JG, you said it kind of humorously, where it's somebody's nipple, then it becomes, you know, crazy or whatever. But if one person does it, oh yeah, interesting. You just what? You're being funny, you know. It's when people start using other information. Okay, now you're trying to collude with somebody. Somebody wrote it down. I heard a friend. Like I'm speculating when I'm talking about things all the time. You know, I heard somebody say that there could be other landmass. I'm entertaining ideals, hence ideology. Where other people say, well, Dom, I'm only into facts. I said, okay, so what is facts to you first? And if they start talking about books, I said, okay, but wait a second here. Did you experience what was written? No. Did you observe? No. So then you're parroting information. That's indoctrination. I love when people say that shit because the word act gives it away. So at that point, burn all the books. I don't care if there's even cartoon pictures in that. Because unless you've experienced it yourself, you're doing what I'm doing. You're just trying to say something different. You know, people use their imagination by looking at a book. Fuck, I could look at Walt Disney and say, yeah, Walt Disney has cartoons and they got little ants that actually talk. Like humans or just talk? Because ants do communicate with each other. Are we talking about humans? Well, yeah, Dom. I said, okay, so you're thinking because they did a movie. Oh, okay. So how do we compare that to what's out here? Because I don't see any cartoons. I don't see the Roadrunner. You know, I know there is a Roadrunner, but not the cartoon version of it. This is where people have to understand their own lanes. Facts are for fucking idiots. Now, if you want to speculate while you're taking that information, yeah, then we'll play that game. You know, oh, Socrates. I don't give a shit who Socrates is. What did he write? He doesn't write anything. So what did Plato write? I'm only speculating that a guy named Plato wrote that shit. So then I can apply discernment to whatever was written. But me pimping that around saying, well, Dom, I read in a book and that's, here we go. There's the adult. Or better said, the child pretending to be the adult. Now, could those be mountains? Or in this case, Charles, you're saying trees. Could be. I'll say could be, but none of us were there. Like, meaning that none of us were there when we saw it taller. There was written stuff about that, but again, we can only play with the ideal because I wasn't there. Yeah, but Jesus was there. Okay, here we go. Jesus was there. Was Muhammad there too? Was Joan of Arc there too? They were all there, Dom. The whole Kool and the gang were there too. Really? Interesting.
Hollywood swinging.
True. I'm with you, JG. You know, what they're going to remember in 300 years, everything that came through Hollywood. This is the story that we were told. See these three planes? They landed into this building, but it was done through done to the media's coverage through a TV screen. Yeah, but I was there. Okay. So how would you convince the rest of us? Because I wasn't there. Well, you got to trust me. There's that word. I love when people say trust me. I'm the kind of person I'm going to be very suspicious. But people that are looking for answers are going to be easily hoodwinked. Oh, Dom, I was looking. You gave a question, so there must be an answer. Really? Does it fit for today? What about tomorrow? How does that fit for the Asian people? You know, why would the Asians give a shit about America? Why would the Europeans give a shit about America? And I'm talking about the citizens, because the citizens of America and Canada usually don't give a shit about other countries. More stories. Now, this is me, guys, being an idiot, because really I can't answer any of these questions. I'm speculating with speculation. It's usually the guy that says, I know that's the truth. I said, okay, let's sit down and make some popcorn. You got to explain yourself. Why? Because you're the one that said the word truth. And I know you're already deceiving yourself, meaning that because you're saying the word truth. Well, Dom, you don't understand. Well, then why are you telling me then? Why would anybody tell another person they know the truth, especially if they're not willing to back it up?
All right. Well, I'm gonna ignore
Okay.
scientific research, and I'm just gonna go with Charles's theory that buttes are at one point were giant trees.
Mushroom trees. Make sure they're mushroom trees, JG.
Yeah.
But Charles did say he was thinking. He was thinking. He never said it was for sure. So to be fair to Charles, he wasn't saying that, oh, yeah, it's for sure. You know, could it look like it could be a tree? Yes. If you're going to start looking at stumps, you know, people say, yeah, but that's a stone. I said, what do we classify as a tree? Well, anything that's what? That's wood?
Well, Dom, what do you think? I mean, the moon, right? There's an actual face in the moon. That's a man's face, right? Anybody that says different, they're lying to you. There's no man on the moon. There's no face. The moon is a man's face, man. Right? And how do I know? Because I sniffed glue for fucking 3 months and stared at the moon every night, and I saw a man's face.
You got to experience something at that point, JG, and through your perceptions. Now, it's clear as day, but again, I'm never going to see it through your eyes. So you're going to just have to say, okay, Dom, I'm hearing your story, and you're telling me either you see it or you don't see it. I said, JG, I also see the unicorn. Well, Dom, I don't see it. I said, again, you're never going to see it through my eyes, even though it's right there. And we can both say we're going to use a common language, indoctrination, to say that what it is. It's a moon. But I'm coming from another country. I call it the Luna. Oh, okay. Or I call it Monday. Hold on. It's all the same thing. I said, again, doesn't the different language show that you can describe the same thing with different words? It's when somebody wants to bang it in, they want to force you into their world of saying, but I want you to see it through my eyes. That's not going to happen. Even if you pull it out of my socket, it's still not going to happen. That's why it's always perceptions. One's own perception of how they see things or hear things or smell things. And I know all the senses, for me, could easily be misled. All of a sudden, somebody shoots up a hologram up in the sky. Hey, I see a second moon. What does that confirm? That the senses could easily be played upon.
Peace, Alchemos.
Not to denounce what you said. I'd be questioning just jokingly, JD, what type of glue was it? You know, was it Elmo's glue? Was it the Dollarama glue?
I pulled this up for you, JG, this picture.
Yeah, but they've added that picture, Charles. I get that. You know, like at that point, you could put a unicorn on top of that stump.
But yeah, I use it to show an example, you know, just to show my theory, right? Or I don't even want to, my speculation. Now, I have no problem with how JG sees things. That's his choice, man. I don't got to live with the choices he's making. I just want to know why he'll take all this scientific rubbish from a school. You know, to other people it might be true, but to me, I'd rather do my own searching and research than take the same people I'm questioning's fucking advice. The school, the politics, the religion, it's all by the same web of people.
Well,
they do scientific research to keep the truth to them and teach us fucking BS to keep us lost. That's my opinion.
Again, you're going to take information that's given to you too, Charles.
Yeah.
Unless you're going to say, Dominic, I took a snapshot with my eyes and then I actually downloaded it and put it in a more lower sense and I drew it on a piece of paper and here's the picture. Okay, Charles. So that's the same picture that somebody similar drew. So, and they added a horse's head onto that stump. And if you get enough people.
Nah, see, that's different, man. That's wild. If someone put a horse's head on there and said, Chuck, there used to be a horse, I would be like, bro, ha. Now a tree stump, considering, you know, when people are speculating, I don't know if I want to call it evidence, but what they're presenting, and what I really want to see is the guy Roger from Mudfossil University. He said he has evidence to prove that a lot of stones were either all alive at one point. Now, I'm not saying all rocks, but you know, what's a rock? Like, I don't know what a fucking rock is. Is it dried up mud? Like, you know.
Okay, Charles, at that point, then it'd be one of these things, and I rarely hear people put this kind of stuff with that information, where when you start reading biblical stories, again, written work, and you hear about, they talk about the size of angels, and they could be very tall. Now, they could be holograms. But through all of that conversation, that word salatin, diarrhea of the mouth, a question would have to come, excuse me, young man, you're doing this channel. How does that serve you? Now, if they're honest with themselves, say, Dominic, I get paid to do this stuff, so that's how it serves you. Dominic, I like to speculate, so that's how it serves you. Because ultimately, for me to show me a picture of something that I could speculate that it could have been a tall tree and the atmosphere might have changed, there could have been dragons flying around, reptilians or whatever. How does that serve when most people, whether they know it or not, are practical? So what would that information do for me? Well, Dom, I'm a professor, and
It'll satisfy my me.
Bingo. So at least they're being honest at that point. That's what they're telling. But to think that other people, like in a gang, more times than not, Charles, how it works is one guy has their view, and everybody else just follows it. That's why it's called it up, and it serves them. That person can eventually die, and then somebody says, "Okay, I'm going to take over this guy's his views." And that serves him now. This is how you get into Plato, Jesus, all these different stories that are written after. How does it serve a person when it goes down the chain of command? It doesn't, Dom. It doesn't pay me, doesn't pay my rent, doesn't put food in my belly. So then you like to
be about it, though, Dom.
Yeah, you like to be entertained at that point.
Yeah, I had to look at it myself and think, what is it serving for me?
Mm-hmm.
And to be honest, it's serving the me, you know, because I want to know what it is. And that's how it's serving me.
Like, you don't think, Charles, you don't think they've spent enormous amount of resources training people to talk about and make movies like sci-fi, horror, porn movie, and all that, because that teaches a person to be in their imagination. So now that's what they're doing. So now they're going to take that same imagination and apply it to this other stuff. That's like somebody saying, Dominic, I've lived all my life in this physical realm and everything's material. I said, have you ever challenged to think those things up in the sky are material too? They'll make the assumption, but they can't prove it for themselves. Forget about me. I'm nobody in the equation. I'm that little fucking child that's playing a game. Dad, so you're trying to tell me that those are real trees? Then what are these called? Well, son, these are bushes. We call these the redwood trees. We call those the sequoia trees. I said, okay, but how does it serve us, Dad, that you are telling Mom that we're going to open up a church called, hey, they used to be big fucking trees. Are you going to make an amusement park and make a lot of money? Yeah, Dom, because I really value earning money for our family. Okay, that makes more sense now. Again, outside of that, this is more entertainment for us. Even though it could have really happened, this stuff could have been trees. This is where you go, Charles. This is where the narrow path comes in now.
It is entertaining, but I really want to know what they were. Like, I really think stuff was bigger back in the days for some reason.
So at that point, you would have to go inwards. You would have to do a lot of meditation, doing a lot of lucid, because if we're living in a realm that everything's being recorded, that information doesn't always come freely to the waking state. You got to go into that deeper state. You know, like I said, Charles, I don't mind entertaining this stuff. I'm into ideology and all that kind of stuff. But people say, well, Dom, but you don't have any answers. I never told you that. You know, I openly talk about this shit. I talk about sharing awareness. That awareness could be full of shit. It's on them.
Some people think it.
Mm-hmm.
Not me. I'm just saying people have said that in the chat and stuff, but I pay no mind to that. I mean, that's their opinion.
And as long as they value that, but even that, I would question: are they really your opinions? Where are those thoughts coming from? Your inner program. That's like talking to Siri. Siri, do you own all those DOS programs? Well, no, I don't, Dominic. I'm glad that you put that in my program to realize that.
I would challenge it. If someone said you were full of shit, I would say, is he? Well, prove it, because I think otherwise.
Wow, Charles, I'm a clever boy that way. Shit's fertilizer. If If you ever have a seed, you need fertilizer. Now, it could also be toxic shit, and it can also be the kind of shit that insects have to reproduce in it.
Flush it.
Yeah. Well, again, you flush it, you bury it. I say that openly, but I'm okay with it. People just don't know enough to ask inwards. What is he meaning? It's like a child telling me, Dom, you're asking me to see, do I see the glass half full, half empty? I said, yeah, this is how most people talk. Either you vote or you don't. You vote for one side or the other. The ones that's the observer will say, can I talk about everything else besides the glass half full, half empty? Sure you can. I'm glad I'm meeting a child that's actually aware. The rest of them are asleep. They're going to say, well, I see the glass half full. And then they give you all these programs. Well, that means that's how you think. I said, what about the table that the glass is on? What about the painting? Well, that's not what they asked. I said, yeah, because that's what they're trying to do to you. They're giving you duality and then trying to force you into singularity. Expand the mind. Try to be that open mind, or even go beyond the mind. It's like thoughts. You can go after thoughts or during thoughts or before thoughts. What's after thoughts? Written and spoken. I'm breaking my silence right now, even though I like to blab.
Alchemos, that's what you said, investigate the micro. If I could get to Colorado, I would take a piece of what that mountain, tree stump, whatever they want to label it. And that's what I was thinking, to get a piece and look through the microscope, try to compare it to a piece of a tree or something. Maybe it would show microscopically. I don't know, but
But it's interesting. A lot of people will go out of their way, culting up, or, and I'm even abusing that word, challenging others, but yet they won't challenge the self. It was always about knowing that self, not knowing others. You know, because that's a challenge. How do I understand Charles? Charles, I don't know your story, and even that, who would be protecting or guiding my kingdom? You know, I'm just sharing out loud. Where other people think, well, Dom, I'm trying to prove a point. There's thousands of points. Which one are you going to be satisfied with? You know, it's like when people say,
still
Dom,
trying to figure out who I am.
Yeah, it's like when people
at 43.
People might think this is harsh, but I'm the kind of person I'm asking questions to see if they're going to break from that trance. They'll say, Dom, I got molested. I said, so what did you have for breakfast? What do you mean? I said, what did you have for breakfast? The day you got molested, what did you have for lunch? I don't know. What did you have for supper? I don't know. So you'll remember a moment in the past, and you'll make the story bigger than it is, not to take away from you, because I'm the kind of person who will say the molester must have also gone through pain too. But again, that all goes back to, do you honestly think you're the vessel? Because what actually got disturbed? The vessel, which it could have been. Is it the emotional? Is it the mental plane? Or is it your imagination that got stored up? Yeah, but Dom, you don't understand. I said, that's not my job to understand you. The word gives it away. That's your responsibility. Why are you counting on somebody else to fucking babysit your thoughts? And even that, are they really your thoughts? No, that might sound harsh on my part, but I'm gifting them something. That trauma, that noise. Well, Dom, you don't understand. I said, once again, the word gives the way to look. Study the tree of life. Understand why they talk about being wisdom and understanding. Now, people say understand. Well, you're going to play with that fucking heart shit? Now, that's me being a little bit of an arrogant piece of shit at that point, Charles, and I'm okay with it. I like to challenge words. But when people think they're the words that they speak, how do you have a conversation with them at that point? They actually think their name is Dominic or Charles or Bob. I said, those are just more things. Yeah, I'm with you. You're with me. And I know we have to somehow, we will respond. But if I was with a whole bunch of Charles, which one would be the real Charles? Or everybody's just identify the same name, but I would realize, but this Charles is different than this Charles.
I used to think, like, when I found out there was other Charleses in the world, I didn't feel unique anymore. I was like, how can you name me a name other people have? I didn't, I felt like it is just a label. Now that I look at it, it's not who you are. It's just something to call you.
Yeah, then we have all the subdirectories. There's Charles, or in this case, a guy named Bob, the electrician. He's a father. Those are just more personas. I get we have to identify ourselves somehow, but how many masks are we going to wear? In this case, how many plates are we going to spin? Okay, I'm the mother, I'm the father, I'm the one that got molested, I'm the one that stole, I'm the one that actually is getting screwed. Like, how many more personas do you need? You know, and is it even a need? You know, I get it. If I'm at the mall and somebody's calling my name, there's a good chance if it's somebody I'm familiar with, I will turn around. But I know enough not to be self-absorbed, thinking everybody that says the word Dominic, I'm going to turn around. It's usually a person that's self-absorbed will turn around. Oh, I think you're talking about me. What the fuck are you talking about? That's a midget talking to you. That's not your mother. That's not your father. That's a total stranger. Yeah, but I thought he was talking about me. I said, you just revealed you're self-absorbed.
I'm going to jump off of here at 6 hours.
Yep. Go ahead, Charles.
Just to let you know.
No, you jump off if you want.
Man, the last couple of days, I really appreciate you coming up, Dom. And the last couple of days have been awesome live streams.
I'm getting a little bit tired, Charles, myself. I might have to put soap in my mouth. I'm getting tired because this is noise to me. When I talk, this is noise. But I'm glad if somebody got something out of this.
Yeah, but it's noise that people can take, maybe identify, or a lot of stuff. What the fuck? What was that?
How's a drone gonna land on your house?
It sounded like a plane flew right over my apartment building, like real low too. Holy shit! I thought it was gonna crash.
I heard it.
I was waiting to hear boom. That would have been crazy. Imagine that. I want to know what that was. It's the aliens. It's Trump. They're gonna land in my front, come up and arrest me. We got him.
Yeah, we got the third look-alike Donald Trump. You never know.
I just want to show one more picture. Oh wait. Nah, I'll save that for tomorrow. The video I had on masks, on how good they're making them nowadays. But like I was saying, the information, like Crystal had mentioned, and I already had said this a long time ago. I thought you were throwing shots at me, but I never said anything because the stuff you were saying, I was like, man, but he's not bullshitting when I would think about it. It also helps me see things in a different way, and ways I haven't seen things sometimes. So it actually helped me elevate myself because I'm realizing. That's why I like doing the live streams, to bounce speculation, and also sometimes people see things differently, like in this case. And it helps.
Personally, Charles, I like to be more humorous personally, but I don't mind being sincere in these kind of conversations. You know, because I know I've got a sense from some people in your channel, they like to talk about certain topics like this. I just like to share a perspective of it. I can't say what I'm sharing is valid or not. If somebody gets something from it, so be it. It's no different if I started talking about electrical and somebody doesn't have to sit down, I need an electrician. No, I'll talk about it, and something helps you or it inspires you. There's enough people on YouTube that you can do the follow-up. I'm not the kind of person, even to this day, I don't teach anybody. I've had many apprentices electrical, so I'm not here to teach anybody that kind of stuff. Even though I've had people teaching me before, I get to a certain age, I wanted to share this stuff. You know, it'd be different if all of a sudden we were the few channels, Charles. There's thousands of these channels out there. And I would tell people, from my personal experience, a lot of it I listened when I went to sleep. Put on my headphones and listen to a lot of podcasts.
I want to ask you something for you. We go in a little bit. I just want to ask, when was your first experience thinking, what's this voice in my mind? Am I this body, or where's this voice coming from? Is it? When did you start to think that you're not the flesh, that you are the driver of a vehicle?
sometimes, Charles, when I share with people, I find myself, I just channel, and I'm actually witnessing it by hearing it for the first time myself. And I'm like, fuck, did I just say that out loud? Because I didn't even have that thought. And then I realized, okay, but at least note it, Dom. Again, I'm the student at that point. I'm going to observe those things, you know. But there's been other times where I've been thinking of something, and then all of a sudden you get this click, and I'm like, what the fuck do I do with that? And then I play with it. I'll go online. I'll do some research. I'll listen to other people talking, or sometimes the universe will bring other information to me or other people. I love having private conversation with Access. You know, hopefully he can share. To use the word hope. Hopefully he can actually open up and really share what he knows. Whether or not that's way too much for most of us. I know for me, it's beyond my scope, but I know enough to note it. Where other people, they're too busy trying to combat it. I said, well, then you're not the student at that point. You're not teachable. You're not in your feminine energy. You're in your programmable energy, your masculine energy. And how I know that? Because people say, Dom, I just want to be positive. I said, do you realize what you're asking of yourself? You're asking yourself to stay in your program.
Huh.
Don't you want to learn how you got to that program? There's nothing wrong with indoctrination once you understand how it serves. I just use the word, and other people just run with it. Oh, Dom, you're saying that indoctrination is bad. I said, no, you're making the assumption of that. I've never once told you it's bad or good. I don't play with those words. I don't even like playing with the word right or wrong, let alone fucking belief systems. You want to do BS? Yeah, go ahead, fill your boots. Belief system. Belief system is a stumbling block to knowledge. What is knowledge? The child to wisdom and understanding. That's my perception. Other people have to come to their own awareness. If they see it differently, good for you, because that's a given in my world. You know, I've said it to my buddies many times before. I said, you're full of shit. You just don't know it yet. Once you realize you're full of shit, meaning that a lot of stuff that you have, you've never challenged. Don't challenge me. That's wasted energy, because you would have to get to know who I truly am first before you say, well, Dom, I don't know your life story. I said, then why the fuck are you challenging me? You're wasting energy on me. Hear me out. I truly respect when people at least hear me out. That's all you can ever ask of me. I can ask of them. Hear me out. Hopefully you're listening from within. But that shit, when they say, Dominic, I agree or disagree, get the fuck out of here with that noise. That's your ego talking to me right now. I'm only struggling with my own ego. What do I need to hear somebody else's ego? Now, if they want to talk, I'll keep quiet. Go right ahead. Fill your boots. I'll hear them. What do you want to say? You want to talk about flat earth? Yeah, go right ahead. You want to talk about aliens? Yeah, go right ahead. You want to talk about fucking people screwing ants? Yeah, you go right ahead. I'll gladly hear them. But I'm not going to go around saying, but I agree or disagree with that. That's not for me to fucking weigh in on. That's judgment. Well, Dom, I don't judge. Go ahead, Charles.
You see, I was just laughing because of what JG put in the back. He changed his name to Juji. Big nose Juji's.
I hope one day I get to meet the guy live, because he's a great soul. I love him.
Yeah. I think JG gets, I don't know. I think he's trolling me sometimes when he brings up that damn tree trunk.
He is, but he's challenging. You're bringing up an ideal, Charles. As long as you don't identify yourself with that ideal, there's no way he'd be trolling you. Only if we're attached to it. I treat it like it's humor. Like, okay, so I'm sharing words that don't belong with me. It's when people get attached, thinking, well, those are my ideals. Really? Did you create the language? Well, no, you know what I mean, Dom. I said, no, I'm actually going to probe a little bit here. Did you create the language? Well, no. Did you create the vessel that you're in? Well, no. Did you create the car out there? Well, no. So then tell me what the fuck you created. I'm waiting. I'll wait patiently. Well, crickets are coming right now. Carry on. It's when you become attached to those things. When you're not attached to those things, Charles, you can entertain almost anything. Oh, that's interesting. Dom's going to be talking about ants today. Oh, okay. Charles is going to talk about the possibility that these tree stumps, whether they're made out of rocks or crystals or whatever, at one time were majestic trees. I'm game. But I know I'm going to be using my imagination to input the missing parts. But then again, I go to my mom and my dad. Hey, Dad, I'm going to tell you about these big ancient trees and all that. Okay, that's great, son. I'll gladly hear you. But are you making a buck off of that, son? No, not really. Oh, okay. I get it, Charles. When people are doing flat Earth, I watch them. I said, "Oh, you're really wanting subscribers. Please do not flat Earthers talk about the fiat currency. You don't agree with it when you fucking want it hand over foot. Please, just be neutral when it comes to that kind of stuff." But that's what they do. Oh, I don't agree with the system. But yet we'll talk about flat Earth. Aren't you actually looking to be Charles, I always find this funny when people say, "Oh, Dom, why don't you subscribe?" I said, because I think that's a funny word. Subscribe.
My favorite one is, man, the government's the problem, but don't make sure to invest in that Bitcoin.
True.
I mean, I know, I get it. It's going to happen regardless, man. You know, at some point. So people are preparing, but I just think it's fun. I'm a hypocrite too in life. Like you say, I admit it. I think we're all hypocrites at some point.
But Charles, unless you entertain both and say, okay, Charles, let's say me and you are on this side, and then somebody's doing Bitcoin, and they're going to control the system, manipulate the system. Okay, now let's imagine me and you were on the other side. How would you do it, Dom? I think I'd try to be the best. I would probably hire people that work for me, protect me. I said, so now you understand both sides. But what most people do is they pick a side and then they bitch and complain about the other side. That's a weak fucking position. And I'm saying this very polite. It's a fucking really weak position. That's like saying, well, all rich people are egocentrics and they're selfish and all that. Have you ever met a rich person? Well, yeah. Have you met a bunch of them? Well, no. I said, then you're the type of person, you meet a person that's dark skinned or light skinned and you make one assumption that one's good and all the rest are good. I said, that's a very fucking clever, small-minded individual. The sooner you get rebooted, the better for you. I'm not talking Charles. Now, they might get upset about that. I said, but that's racism at that point. I thought we were trying to break that shit. You know, I'm not here to encourage people to say, well, then we should reward the elites. No, at least try to understand the system that they're working with. Most people that say they're Satanists, they're not Satanists. They're following the self. And most people that are self-absorbed are following the self. Most people that talk about God are talking about the self. They're not talking about this entity called God. If they did, then their action would show, well, I'm loving everybody. Really? No, you're just serving the self because you pick and choose who favors you, who makes you feel good, which is fine. But don't be talking about fucking that you follow God then. Especially when they do it out of vanity, out of words only. Well, I don't like the devil. Have you ever met the devil? My buddies used to say this jokingly, Dom, I'm going to play the devil's advocate. I said, you're not worthy enough to fucking be the devil, but you can be an adversary if you want. Anyway, I went on with Diary of the Mouth, Charles, and I put you over at 7 more minutes. I apologize.
It's all right. My fucking lamp died. I don't know how I'm gonna charge this fucking thing. I gotta figure it out.
Maybe that's the thing that was landing. Maybe that's the thing you heard.
No, I bought this lamp for $5. This survival lamp, you know, we go camping.
Yep.
This guy was selling it on the street. He's like, give me $5, and I was like, shit, can't beat that. So I bought it off him a couple months ago, and all right, now it's charging good. Let's see what happens. But I appreciate you coming up, Dom, man. This is a productive live stream for sure.
Thanks, Charles, for having me. Have a beautiful day, okay, my friend?
You too. And peace. It's JG. I hope. I keep forgetting his damn Truth Zone, man. I gotta remember that. Truth Zone. I hope you are able to come up next time. Hopefully we gotta fix that problem. Peace to everyone in the chat. Fools and Tools, Jay Heighton. That's that which is Danny Skylark, Dom. Alchemos 83. 6 hours. Kimba. Let me see if I can scroll and get everyone. Crystal Witten. Look within. No JG. Peace of the whole chat. Naga came. Damn, Naga, I didn't see you come through. I remember London Man came through. If I forgot anyone, it won't let me go up no further. But yeah, man, salute to the whole chat. Appreciate you all coming through and chopping it up. And thank you again, Dom, JG. Trying to think, it was Dom, JG, Truth Zone. Who else came up? I think that's it. Oh, Faceplant. Thanks, Faceplant, Truth Zone, Dom, and JG, man. I'm not forgetting no one, am I? Nope. Peace. I hope everyone has a good day, man. I'll check you guys next time. I need to go grub. I'm out.